Welcome to the EMA building in Amsterdam. Welcome to nearly 1,000 participants in WebEx, and welcome to those following the live broadcast. This afternoon and tomorrow morning, we are pleased to be convening the HMA EMA Big Data Steering Group's AI workshop, which we've entitled Smart Regulation in a Rapidly Evolving World. I'm very pleased to introduce EMA Cook, Executive Director of the European Medicines Agency, for some opening remarks. EMA, please.
Thank you very much, Peter, and good afternoon from me too. It really is a great pleasure to welcome you to this EMA HMA workshop on artificial intelligence. Now, most of you will be aware that in 2021, the heads of Medicines Agency and the European Medicines Agency organised our first public workshop on artificial intelligence. And during that workshop, the key word was the promise of artificial intelligence. It was the promise of artificial intelligence to increase productivity. It was the promise of artificial intelligence to boost efficiency, the promise to increase insights into data, and the promise to transform the medicine's life cycle, healthcare and public health. That was in 2021, and a huge amount has changed since then, and we're going to move from talking about the promise to talking about AI in practice. And during these past 2 years, the European Medicines Regulatory Network has been preparing for the application of AI. And we've been working on two main streams. We've been trying to improve what we would call our internal processes, but we've also been working in a more external context, helping to guide the use of artificial intelligence by those developing and using medicines. Now, if we start with the use of artificial intelligence by regulators, this will bring benefits from the responsible application of AI in terms of optimizing business processes and gaining insights into healthcare data. To achieve this, 4 key components are required. We need good quality data, we need capable tools, we need skilled staff, and we need to plan. We need planning that guides us through the increased complexity of AI to extract the most value while managing risk at the same time. So today we will hear about how the network is experimenting with data and tools, how the network is working to ensure that staff are upskilled, and we will discuss with you a bold artificial intelligence work plan for the next 5 years. Now, turning to the use of AI by those developing and using medicines, regulators are already being faced with regulatory submissions that include AI. And this applies to both clinical use cases, such as the use of AI to classify histology, as well as automation use cases, such as collating and presenting information to support pharmacovigilance. So the European network is invested in ensuring that patients and consumers can extract the most public health benefits of AI. Maximizing benefit requires us to be really clear-eyed about AI. We need to move at pace, but not too fast. We need to be sure that we observe ethical principles, as well as understanding and managing risks, including as regards the protection of personal data. And as always, we don't work in isolation. The International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authorities, ICMRA, took on AI as part of its innovation activities in 2020 and has already published a report on the website. Now, just last week, I was in Melbourne for a summit meeting of the ICMRA, and I co-chaired a session on AI where we heard examples of applications in kidney disease, on clinical trial design, on document management, on preventing shortages. And we discussed the skill sets needed and how regulators could be true enablers of using this tool in our applications. We also spoke about AI as an equalizer with the potential for benefits in low and middle income countries. Tomorrow, you will discuss in detail the AI reflection paper, and this will give the opportunity to hear stakeholders' views on whether the European network has struck the right balance on what guidance might look like in the future. Artificial intelligence is no longer a promise somewhere in the future. AI is here and now, and as I speak, AI can be used to transform my voice to text. AI is offering to complete the sentence you're just about to type, and many of you are using a chatbot on a daily basis. Large language models epitomize the changing times. They may be quite daunting, eyebrow-raising even, but they're likely to become the norm. And they will become as routine to the next generation as the internet was to the previous. AI will be constantly changing, but we will need human ingenuity to give it purpose, to provide the appropriate ethical guardrails, to monitor risks, and to ensure it is benevolent and beneficial in all walks of life. From a medicine's regulatory perspective, it also requires new skills from regulators and new and smarter guidance. And we are, as the European Medicines Regulatory Network, we are committed to deliver on the benefits that AI offers and to do this in a responsible and collaborative way. And we want to do that with you. I wish you all a very productive workshop. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, EMA. So from Amsterdam to Bonn, and very pleased to introduce Professor Karl Broich, Chairman of the BfArM, the Medicines and Devices Regulator in Germany. He's also Chair of the HMA Management Group, so the Heads of Medicines Agencies Management Group. He also leads the data and digital stream within the network strategy to 2025. Karl, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Peter, for the kind introduction. Warm welcome from my side on behalf of the Heads of Medicines Agency as well to this very important workshop. Unfortunately, I can attend only virtually due to the unreliability of our Deutsche Bahn, which cancelled my train from Cologne to Amsterdam this morning. Anyhow, I'm happy to join even virtually. And what we can consider, as it has been mentioned by EMA earlier, the application of artificial intelligence in the life cycle of medicines as a transformative journey characterized by chances, opportunities, and challenges, where we need to experiment, learn, and remain focused on delivering benefit to all of our patients. We started this journey as European Regulatory Network with the network strategy to 2025, and I'm pleased to be one of the lead coordinators on this in our multi-annual work plan. One of the strategy's core pillars is to digitalize our activities to a more data-driven medicines regulation. This transformation is overseen and managed by the Big Data Steering Group, and realizing the opportunities of artificial intelligence is one of the core aims here. So let me thank you, particularly the many members of the Big Data Steering Group who did so much work in the recent years. The decision to include digital transformation in our network strategy was based on the potential of AI to analyze big data. Back then, it was difficult to foresee how that potential would evolve so fast and so far. Big data has given way to massive data, and these massive data now are able to feed large language models. But I would repeat what EMA already mentioned. Data quality is here the key. Models that didn't exist a few years ago will soon enable productivity increases across many work fields, particularly in healthcare and also in our medicines regulatory work. So all our business processes since life cycle into the future in different and exciting ways. And we all know that we are here still in the early beginnings. This will challenge our work dramatically in everyday practice, and we are on our way for preparedness for these challenges. First, strategically, because digital transformation will not be a one-off event. We will need to manage a state of constant change and improvement. Second, this may have some risks too, because fast-paced innovation will require us to find ways to quickly improve our understanding of new technologies and to mitigate their possible aberrations and other potential risks. This is why we want to be an active part of this ongoing journey, to be prepared for the ethical, technical, and scientific principles that will steer responsible and trustworthy use of AI in our regulatory decision-making. However, as with any journey, we need direction and guardrails. So it's good that we published our reflection paper, which you will discuss tomorrow. From FDA, there is a discussion paper available as well. And as EMA mentioned last week, we did have an interesting session on AI at the ECMA meeting in Melbourne. So let's follow these paths. And I'm sure that today and tomorrow marks another important step in this journey we take all together. And with that, I wish us all a fruitful and successful workshop. So many thanks, and back to you, Peter.
Thanks very much, Carl. So from Amsterdam to Bonn, from Bonn to Brussels, very, very pleased to introduce Rainer Becker, Director at DG Sante, so the Health Directorate at the European Commission, responsible, among other topics, for public health, innovation, medicines and devices. Rainer, over to you.
Thank you. It's my real pleasure to join you today, even if only virtually, at this HMA and EMA workshop. Also for us at the Commission, artificial intelligence in health is an area of the highest importance and really also of attention. We very much welcome the work of the EMA and also of the network of the national agency in this area, and we're ready to contribute our part. As both Emer and Carl mentioned, AI solutions offer both great opportunities for innovators in the development of therapeutic options for patients, but they can also pose certain risks. That's why we need a solid and smart regulatory framework to enable and ensure trustworthy AI based on high quality data. As you know, the general EU pharmaceutical legislation has been in place now for more than 20 years. It was designed at a time when technological developments such as big data, AI, and genomics were far from being a reality. Now, our recently adopted Commission proposal reviewing the general pharmaceutical legislation aims, amongst others, to facilitate the digital transition and to avoid bottlenecks and regulatory gaps, and also really to encourage that breakthroughs happen first in the EU. And to achieve that, the package has measures which notably provide for some agility to accommodate artificial intelligence and cutting-edge scientific developments. We foresee regulatory sandboxes to test, approve, and monitor new therapies, and which we try to facilitate the use of real-world evidence and health data in the assessment of medicines. The European health data space is another key Commission initiative harnessing the power of data. By creating a unified digital health ecosystem, the data space will facilitate the cooperation and data sharing across the EU. And this collaboration is crucial for developing AI systems that are robust and reliable, benefiting from diverse data inputs and the shared experience. It also helps establishing common standards for AI, ensuring consistency in safety and efficacy. By addressing the key challenges of AI in healthcare, such as data availability, quality, and interoperability, the EHDS supports the ethical and effective development of AI solutions. And the increased use of software in healthcare is also prominently observed in the field of medical devices. It is estimated that 1 in 4 medical devices used in hospitals and healthcare institutions or directly by patients are software-based or actually software in their own rights. And with the evolution of the field, the medical device regulatory framework was significantly upgraded in 2017 to bring our systems into the 21st century. To face the increasing challenges in an integrated, connected future of our healthcare systems, the new requirements under the medical devices and in vitro diagnostic regulations help to establish rules to ensure that AI-enabled medical devices are safe and performant and trained on quality data. In this context, I invite you to follow the work of the Medical Device Coordination Group and also of the International Medical Device Regulators Forum. This is work that is ongoing. I cannot conclude without mentioning the Commission's proposal for an AI Act aiming at ensuring both a level playing field and legal certainty for providers of AI systems, and at the same time, trust that AI used in the EU is safe and respects the fundamental rights. The trilogue negotiations, as you know, on the proposed AI Act are in full swing, and we are there supporting the co-legislators in finding a solution. And in that, we are really striving for a proportionate and balanced approach that promotes trust and innovation. Allow me to conclude by emphasizing the importance of this strong stakeholder consultation and discussion in the field of AI, and really thanking the HMA and EMA for making this exchange possible. And to all of us, I wish very fruitful discussions during the next 2 days, and I look very much forward to hearing and listening and learning a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rainer, and thanks again to Carl and to EMA for the opening remarks. My name is Peter Arlott. I head the Data Analytics and Methods function within the European Medicines Agency, and along with Jesper Kjær, who will be present throughout the workshop, co-chair the Big Data Steering Group. So it's a great pleasure to be your hosts for the meeting over this afternoon and tomorrow morning. Maybe just to point out, we have about 70 people in the room. We have, at maximum, will be about 1,000 people in the WebEx, and we're also broadcasting live, so we'll get some statistics on the number of people following over the coming days. We have representatives in this workshop of patient groups, of healthcare professionals, of academics, medicines and devices industry, technology companies, as well as regulators. So it really is a multi-stakeholder approach to our discussions on the future using AI in medicines regulation together with stakeholders. Some housekeeping. With about 1,000 people at max on the WebEx, everybody will be muted, and if you want to speak during the discussion sessions, I would ask you to put up your hand and we will then unmute you. We can't, if lots of hands go up, we won't necessarily be able to come to everyone. I would ask you to focus on questions or very short interventions rather than long speeches, just in the interest of giving different people an opportunity to speak, but I'm sure you'll respect that. Also, I would ask if people are going to intervene when they're not listed on the agenda, just to very briefly say who they are and what their affiliation is, because it helps people to contextualize the intervention. We will keep an eye on the chat, but it is quite difficult, particularly if lots of hands are going up, to respond to all of the questions that are put in the chat. So if you really do want to maximize the chance of your question being discussed, then I would suggest you put your hand up. So that's the housekeeping. Maybe if we just look at the screen now, the objectives of our meeting are essentially to hear from stakeholders on the state of the art, but also the potential of artificial intelligence in healthcare in general, but more specifically in medicines regulation. For us as regulators to inform stakeholders of some of the activities that are going on within the regulatory network, to embrace, to seize the opportunity of artificial intelligence, and also to manage risk. To gain your feedback on the AI reflection paper that was released for public consultation before the summer and remains open for consultation. And finally, we will be giving you a taster of a draft multi-annual work plan on artificial intelligence for the European regulatory network. And we believe that's probably the first time a major regulatory region has attempted to put together a prospective work plan covering more than 1 year. And so we'll be very interested to get your comments, your suggestions for that. In terms of structure, today we've heard from leaders of the network. We're going to hear some different stakeholders talking about state of the art. We're going to have a bit of a deep dive on the policy and legislative ecosystem, building on Rainer's intervention. And then we will give just a taster of some of the regulatory initiatives going on within the network. There's an awful lot going on, so we are not going to give you comprehensive catalogues of all of the different experimentation activities, but we will give you a little taste. And then tomorrow we will have a deep dive on the AI reflection paper, which is setting the scene for the regulation of products, the development, oversight, authorization of products going forward, and also sets the direction of travel on guideline development. And then we will look at this multi-year work plan, which is in draft form. And this is the opportunity for you as stakeholders to give your opinion. So please do express your views. And then we'll conclude and hopefully continue building together better medicines regulation, building on the opportunities of artificial intelligence. So I'm very pleased to start the next session, to hand over to Jesper Kjær, Head of the Data Analytics Centre at the Danish Medicines Agency, co-chair of the Big Data Steering Group. Am I right in thinking Alexis Nolte is online? Okay, so Alexis Nolte, co-moderator, will be joining us in just a few moments. Alexis Nolte is Head of Human Medicines here at the European Medicines Agency, so a huge customer, if you like, of better processes and better insights on data. He'll join us shortly. So Jesper, I hand over to you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, Peter, and also a warm welcome for me. And especially to this first session, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, the program, we're a little bit ahead of time, which is easily something we'll absorb as we move through the agenda to start the discussions. But I'm really pleased for the first session today that we have a state of AI, the promise of AI to transform medicine's life cycle. And for that, we have been so fortunate to have a number of really qualified people to talk to this, both from academia, but also from industry. So we get that kind of scene setting with a showcase of these potential AI applications and implementations in the medicine's life cycle. So really, this is a scene setter for our discussions to understand how rapidly evolving this field really is. And really like that some of the views we have here are kind of the helicopter views, the actual use cases we go through. It will not be great technical detail, legal or regulatory details. We'll probably have difficulties staying completely away from that, but let's see how we move through this session. I'm very pleased for the first to have a talk by Gerard van Westen from Leiden University. Professor Gerard van Westen combines research in drug discovery with artificial intelligence. He's a worldwide expert in machine learning on combined chemical and biological data. In his group, language-based models are used to design, basically generate new molecular structures with desired activity and toxicity profiles that are subsequently synthesized in the wet lab. So really an in silico lab approach. Moreover, structure-based approaches are used to gain a mechanistic insight into molecular interaction between small molecule ligands and membrane-bound protein targets. Here, dynamically methods are created that are subsequent analyzed using AI approaches to design and improve small molecule ligands. So not only identification, but also modification of the modules. Professor van Westen studied biopharmaceutical sciences in Leiden. He obtained his PhD degree in 2013 in Leiden on a project funded by Janssen Pharmaceutical, and did a postdoc in Cambridge at the European Bioinformatics Institute. He has co-authored more than 117 publications and a number of honors, grants, and prizes. The Marie Curie Postdoc Fellowship, Leiden University Discovery of the Year 2013, and NWO Venny Grant in 2015, gold medal in 2023, and far more on that topic. And I think he's also, and that's really important as well, involved in a number of European collaborative projects under the EMA initiative, such as the OnCode Accelerator and the Dutch National Consortia, which is involved in as well, and completed the supervision of 5 PhD students, participated in 18 PhD opposition committees, and currently supervises 9 PhD students. I'm absolutely confident that Professor van Westen will lead us through some very, very important and insightful academic views on this. So please, over to you, Professor Westen.
Yes, I'm told that this should work. Thank you for this brilliant introduction. I'm quite humbled. It's a pleasure to be here. My presentation today will be mostly about really preclinical early stage drug discovery. And I'm told you can see my slides. I was asked to sit here. I'm not sure if this is the most convenient. I would happily stand over there as well, but if this works, it works.
Just come up here. That's perfectly fine.
Great.
Well, we have the time to move around. So more like a workshop atmosphere if we do it like this.
He's got legs. He's got legs.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, this is much better actually. It's much more natural than
Perfect.
sitting behind a chair. So yeah, thank you. Today I would like to show you how we can use AI really early preclinical, and the idea being that this is also a way to assess the quality of the preclinical research. And basically these methods, these tools can also easily be used to repurpose or change repurpose medication and change the indication. Now, I'm not sure if I can click the slides here, but if we can go to the next slide. Then, of course, the natural first question is, what is AI? Now, this is partially online, but maybe I can do, I'm just going to be the academic here. Can I see some hands of people who have heard of the concept of AI? Naturally. So who knows what it is? See that? Did you see that change? Yeah. So I thought maybe I'd start with maybe indicating how I define AI, because you can open a newspaper, you can read a grant proposal, and AI is there. And there's lots of people that reuse existing lines of research, i.e. expert systems, machine learning, and just put an AI sticker on it because then it's hip. So if I can have the next slide. And again, the next slide. Yeah. So AI is basically at the intersect of data science and big data. And these are terms we just heard in the introduction, setting the stage. AI is actually using insights and tools from these areas of research and is building on them, and leads to synergy. And machine learning, which is basically what people mention if they talk about AI, is really a niche of this whole field, which also consists of image recognition, dimensionality reduction, getting insights, decision making. And if I can go to the next slides, then you will see that this also needs computer vision, natural language processing, image recognition. And if you're interested in ChatGPT, which is making all the headlines currently, that's only that red dot in the middle. So if you think about AI, it's much more than that. So why AI? So this is not a touch screen, right? I cannot click myself. Why AI? Basically, I don't think AI will... can we have the next slide, please? I don't think I have to introduce this slide here anyway, because everybody is talking about AI, and at the moment we are in a phase, we heard just now the promise of AI. We should be careful to not think that this is the magic bullet that will fix everything, because like other methods before us, HTS or high throughput screening, and if we can click on twice on the next slide, we actually expect it to have a role in the drug discovery process, in the decision-making process, in regulatory affairs, but at the moment, we are still at the beginning, in my view, of the hype cycle. We are still at some points overestimating what we can get out of AI. So there is going to be some disappointment. It doesn't mean that it will be a fluke that we should discuss with it, but we should be aware of the limitations. So most of my time is spent actually talking to people about expectation management. What can we do? How can we add value? And what can we do better using AI? But the underlying essential point is, we're not going to change processes. We're going to make processes more efficient. In my work, in my area, having AI will not do away of current existing processes, of existing means of quality control, of existing approaches. It can speed them up, but it can never replace them. Now, if I can have two next slides. So it will not replace scientists, but I am convinced that people that use AI as a tool in the toolbox will in turn replace those that refuse to do so. So having an idea about AI and also having the idea about what it can and cannot do is essential, which is also why in our curriculum, we are teaching chemists basic AI skills. So they are going behind the computer, they do some basic coding just to have an idea what can they ask of their colleagues that have an expertise in data science or the use of AI, and what questions they cannot ask. So they don't have to like it. I'm pretty sure 75% doesn't really like it because it's coding. But it's essential for them to have an understanding. And this is something that we'll see everywhere in society. So if I can have a next slide. this is, I think you can see this online. This is a slide we made about a year ago, and you'll see the drug discovery process. You'll see from preclinical, early preclinical, to in vitro, to in vivo, to clinical development, to approval, to post-marketing surveillance. And what's interesting about this slide is that it maintains the current procedures. It uses the normal approaches that we have, but we have opportunities where we can actually we can add improved procedures, so we can speed it up. And under that, we've actually highlighted which disciplines and which tools from informatics, from machine learning, from big data can help speed it up. So basically, I'm arguing that there's lots of opportunities. You'll see that there's also an EMA sign, actually a logo in the back, where we can actually introduce these, transdisciplinary, not multidisciplinary, but transdisciplinary approaches that need experts from multiple disciplines. And this is as a guide that we're currently working on in my lab to integrate these techniques in the lab with the chemist. And you may know that chemists are a bit conservative. They are not prone to actually introduce new techniques in their procedures, but this is basically how we guide that. And if I can have the next slide, today I will be highlighting 3 different approaches in my lab with ongoing hands-on AI research, and it's in these areas. So it's in automated design, it's in predicting activity or selectivity, and it's also in PKPD modeling. And you'll notice that these are all very relevant for the end product, which is the drug, and none can exist without the other. And in the end, what you also see, there you go. Thank you. So this was really to set the scene, and this is the outline of what I will be saying today. I'm going to talk to you about the story of algorithms and molecules, and I'm going to highlight a number of approaches that are currently ongoing and are actually used not only in an academic context, but also in commercial, industrial context to speed up the drug discovery process. And the idea is to demonstrate and show to you how closely interwoven AI is becoming, especially in academic research, in the ongoing drug discovery process. So we'll start with molecular spam filters, which I'm sure you've heard of. Can I have the next slide, please? Right. So what do you need for AI? Data. And again, I'm going to be, before I show the next slide, so hold on, have a show of hands. So who knows the concept chemical space? None. 1. Great. Good. Then the slide's not used, of course. So who's ever heard of the Campbell database? Okay, that's a bit less than I expected, but again, good. So can I now have the next slide? Because we're dealing with drugs, but this is not a molecule. And you may see the link to Marguerite's paper, but he was really onto something, because if we use molecules in AI in silico, we're always dealing with the representation. That means that we have to make choices. What properties of the molecule are relevant and want to be included in the data, and what properties are either too complex, outside of our scope, outside of our applicability domain, outside of reliability. So we're always dealing with the representation, with the pros and cons of this selection that we made. Can I have the next slide, please? So in chemical space, this is what we're searching for. This is the potential of all potential, this is the potential molecules out there that could be drugs. So I don't know your backgrounds. I'm keeping this quite broad. There will be chemical structures, don't worry. You already saw one, it didn't hurt. But if I can show you the next slide, then I can show you, and stop here please. Then I can tell you that in principle, there is a number of drug molecules that are made in the drug discovery project. 10 to the first, 10 to the third, depending on the size of the project, but ultimately, if successful, one will lead to an approved drug. That means that there's quite some sampling and a lot are lost. If we extrapolate what we know about oral drugs, about small molecule drugs, so I'm not talking about vaccines, I'm not talking about antibodies, I'm not talking about CAR T cells, just small molecules only. We're talking about 10 to the 33rd or 10 to the 60 potential drugs out there, potential molecules that could be a drug, molecules that are probably orally absorbable, that are probably not toxic, that could get to the tissue where they're needed. Now that's a massive, massive number. And it's not a number that you can actually consider. It's actually more stars than are in our universe. So this is something we can never, ever, ever cope, understand, write down, or absolutely exhaustively search through. So that's why we need AI. We need it not to find the answer, but to help us in the search. And that means that this is a process where we're using models that do not know this answer, that, for instance, have a reliability measure that they need, that have an applicability domain measure that they need, which is something that also later on, if you're actually at the stage where you want to approve this drug or have a look at this drug approval process, this information needs to be annotated. So why did you use a certain model at a certain stage in development? And how reliable was it? So it's a massive, massive scale size. If I can have the next slide. Where do you get this data? And again, please the next slide. I was really hoping on a clicker. Stop here. One back. Yes, because this is a PDF. So I'm a chemist by training. I did a PhD. I did research making molecules, trying to find their biological activity, send them out, and then it went to a reviewer. Probably reviewer 2 wasn't so happy about it, so I made a revision, I sent it back, and after a few years this paper was accepted. It was online. I was really happy, and you'll see here an example of a paper where they actually have a cyclooxygenase or COX-1 inhibitor. Great. Biological activity, chemicals, testing, etc. But again, sleight of hands. Who copy-pasted from a PDF? Who was happy about it? Right? So this is an incredibly inefficient way to share this type of data. And especially if you want to actually train machine learning models, that's going to say something about 10 to the 33rd. So what do we do? And if I can now have the next slide and then click 3 times. You'll see that at, for instance, Campbell, this literature is read. It's read by people, not by AI. So they extract the target, they extract the information from the paper, they extract the molecules, and they extract the activity. And they put it in the, if I can have the next slide, table. There. And now it becomes searchable. Now it becomes accessible. Now it becomes available. And if I can have one next slide, it may sound trivial, but they've been doing this for over 20 million data points with the most recent release. So that means that this is 10 to the 7th, right? So it's really orders of magnitude off, but we're coming into an area where the amount of data available can be used to make connections, to say something about molecular structures. If I can have the next slide. The challenge that we have, and I think click 4 times, is what we have here. So there is a few thousand approved drugs, small molecules that work through a few hundred protein targets. We had the literature of about a few million compounds tested on 20 million bioactivity data points to find these molecules, these approved drugs. So you see how inefficient this process is. And here I am saying that we want to search in my lab 10 to the 33rd potential drug-like molecules with computers. Now I'm going to take a slight pause after 2 slide changes. 2, please. Stop here, because basically there's an XKCD for everything, and this is me. I'm the guy with the laptop. It is a really hard problem, but today I will show you 3 ways that we can do this. And this is fuel for discussion, for debate, maybe later, but also to know to what extent these methods are already used in the early preclinical drug discovery process. So can you please click on the first from the next slide? And then the next slide. Because we're going to talk about Helle and Linde, who are on the top right. They are my PhD students, and they're doing virtual drug discovery. And their task is in the end to send a molecule that's been properly characterized, that they're quite confident about, to the lab in vitro. Because basically we need an experiment. And as the kind introduction said, I always want to have experiments after my model predictions, because they're wrong often. So we need these experiments to say something concrete. Can you show me the next slide? And again, because the first approach of AI you probably know, molecular spam filters. Here you go again to the next slide. So spam filters are typically a machine learning approach. Quite often it's naive Bayesian classifiers that have reliability and they work through the presence or absence of certain words. Now, in my case, in my inbox, if there's something about medicine, chemistry, GPU, or meeting, I probably need to read it. I probably cannot discard it. I may not like it, but I need to read it. And if there's something about Viagra or Get Rich Faster, U1, it's spam. Now, we do the same, but then with molecules. And if you go to the next slide, then you can distinguish between molecular features that are predictive for on-target activity or off-target activity. Can you go to the next slide? For instance, one back. For instance, if a molecule has been shown to have activity on hERG, this is an off-target. But this is something that can come from molecular structure, and it's something that we can really classify early stage already. We can say something concretely about that. Or if a molecule, a kinase inhibitor of any other molecule, an ATP-like molecule, has broad kinome activity. These are daily available models that we can use to just prioritize which molecule we take through. Early stage, already early stage, really at the design phase. So it doesn't have to be very advanced, it can be a very helpful tool. Now, if we can go to the next slide, please. Then this is a filter. And you'll see that this white screen that we had will be filled with approaches and with puzzle pieces that we need for this virtual drug discovery. So these filtering steps, which can be on-target, off-target activity, drug likeness, synthesizability, stability, ADMET, we can implement them and we can put them in a pipeline. But how do we fill this funnel? And here it comes to the hardcore AI part of my talk, so please go to the next slide, because this is actually de novo generation, teaching machine to suggest new molecules, or, next slide, molecular text prediction. Can you go forward, please? So this is caffeine again, which I'm using to guide you through this presentation. And this representation is similar to what I show you in Marguerite's paper, right? We have two ring systems, we have branched oxygens, we have two methyl groups, or three methyl groups. Now, if you go to the next slide, you can also show this molecule not as a 2D structure, but as a string. And in green, you can see the backbone of the molecule. And then in blue, between brackets, is the first oxygen, which is a branch. And then in brackets is the carbon, which is actually a methyl, etc. And you can also see that these ones, they are connected. That's the first ring, and the twos are connected in the second ring. So what I'm trying to show you here is that the left part molecule is exactly the same as the middle molecule in a string format. It's identical. So we use grammar to encode these two-dimensional properties of the molecule in a single string. You can imagine that having only one line of text is much more convenient than having a drawing of a molecule and can be better automatically processed with machine learning. Can you have the next slide? And again, the next slide. And now get ready because you need to click a few times. See, this is what we're trying to do. We convert this molecule into this string, we put a Go term, and then we start doing machine learning. We learn the probability, how often do molecules of interest, in this case the A2A, which is relevant for oncology, which is a target for checkpoint inhibitors, how often does it start with a carbon? How often does it start with a carbon followed by a nitrogen, followed by this one for the ring, all the way to the end? So we just learn the probabilities. How often does it happen? How often does this word sequence follow each other? Think of when I leave later here today and I will open a text window to my wife and I will say I, then it will suggest am on my way home. And we do that the same, but we do it with molecules, and we do it with drug-like molecules that have been tested on a certain target, meaning we capture all the chemical domain knowledge for a given drug target. And we do that because we actually have these structures from Campbell. So we can just look at the data, and this is called the training phase. We look for patterns, we do pattern recognition with deep learning, with deep neural networks, and we have this memory system, which is all very advanced, but basically we're looking for patterns. How often do you see certain molecules, atoms connected in a way? Now, if you click through twice, there's again, another animation slide. What do we do if we have this trained model? Now, Valerie, can you click through some more? We can then feed it the Go term and start spitting out what it's learned, right? This carbon, this nitrogen, this one, and caffeine. That may sound trivial, right? You probably didn't think that you would be hearing this here today. But it's AI and it's computational, so the power is in the numbers. So we can recreate caffeine, but we can also, and if you click the next slide, ask our algorithm, okay, now give me 10,000 new drugs. Or a million. It doesn't matter, it's not 10 to the 33rd, but we can do that. And this is what I'm showing you here. So this is actually research that we've done. We've done this, we've published this, we've made these molecules. So in blue, you see what the algorithm puts out. In orange, you see everything in the literature for this drug target. Now on the left panel, you see, okay, they're quite similar to what's known. In the middle panel, we'll confirm that. But on the right panel, you see, okay, we reproduce what is known, but we also find new molecules. And this is where it becomes interesting, because computational methods can almost limitless suggest new chemical structures. So this is literally endless. And if only 1% is relevant, then we can put them to our filters, if you go to the next slide, and find molecules of interest. So out there, academics, but also commercial companies use these. We have de novo generators that come up with inspiration that are then filtered. Of course, in the end, you do an experiment, but this means that we can fill this potential of new drug-like molecules really, really fast. We can really start to explore this complete drug-like chemical space. Now, if you go forward to the next slide, you see there's still something missing. And that is, how does this drug go through the body? Because it's one thing to inhibit or to bind to a protein. So I'm assuming here that you all know that a small molecule typically binds to a protein that it blocks or activates to exert its activity. But it still needs to get to the place where this protein is expressed. And this is the next slide, please, the missing link that we're now working on. So a discipline that's not my own, so I'm again a chemist, but I'm also working with pharmacologists. They also do AI. And they do PK/PD modeling, pharmacokinetics, pharmacodynamics. And at this intersect, for instance, using physiologically based or PBPK models, we can find interesting new stuff. So these PBPK models, they simulate how a drug would distribute itself through the body. So you see on the right hand, you see a schematic overview, or you saw a schematic overview of a human being. You saw the circulation, you saw the heart, you saw the brain, you saw the portal vein, you saw I'm just waiting to his back. The arteries, you saw adipose tissue. And that's basically a combination of different equations, of collection of algorithms that can simulate, a few slides down. I think it's about, further down. No, it needs to go quite up now. Don't give away the end. So two more pages up. Yeah, that's the one. And now click next slide, please, because what these PBPK models do is they predict the concentration of a certain molecule expected in a certain tissue. Right? This is why we have this model on the right-hand side, and then the concentration of a molecule is predicted. Now, what we do is we couple our algorithms, these spam filters, to these PBPK models. And we then further, if you go to the next slide, show how expression of certain proteins in certain tissue relates to the affinity of a molecule that's predicted for a target. Now, I showed you A2A as an example, but we can do this for 1,200 targets that are sampled in Campbell. So you can create bioactivity spectra. What are all the expected activities, interaction of a target, of a molecule to the targets that we know and have enough data of? You couple that to the expression in the body, in the different tissues, and with PBPK models, we also couple the expected concentration, meaning you can go from a molecule to a phenotype in an organism. This is what we're working on. I wouldn't say we've had this or we met this already, but amongst others with the virtual human of the Dutch National Science Agenda, this is our end goal. This is what we're actually bringing into practice. And to show you that I'm not bullshitting you, can you show me the next slide? Because we also have a use case of this. integrative models. So we were looking into rimonabant, which is a molecule that inhibits the cannabinoid receptor, but it has been associated with severe side effects, depression, and even suicide. Whereas the natural product, THC, isn't exactly associated with severe depression. But if you look at the affinities in the colors below on the screen, CB1, TRPV1, etc., they're not that different. So the affinity for the on-target and the off-targets is comparable. It's not identical, but error bars overlap. So you wouldn't expect a significant difference. However, if we couple this to our integrative models, which you will see if we click through, this is of the brain, you can see that if we couple this to these models with the 4 targets, you can see a difference. So THC occupies all targets and off targets almost instantaneous and fully after less than 2 days. Whereas rimonabant does not. It takes almost 2 to 3 days to occupy the on target maximally, even though it has a better affinity, so it binds tighter. And this is the key message here. And the other off targets aren't fully occupied. So you see that the phenotype is significantly different, but we couldn't expect that just looking at the affinity. So you need this integrative modeling to really try and capture what a molecule will do in an organism. It doesn't work by itself. And now one click through, and the core message here was, what surprises us, if the target concentration is high and the perfusion of the site is low, the optimal KD is not always the lowest, or the affinity, the tightest is not always where you want to go. It's all context dependent. And then if you go through, I'll leave you with one final mark, that at the end, we now have a working virtual drug discovery pipeline. We give routinely our molecules to chemists that make them, and we test them. And then, because I'm an academic and I still need to do some work, if you click through, you'll see that this will lead to new insights that hopefully leads to better models at the beginning, that hopefully leads to something that we can use to virtually optimize the drug discovery process before you do an experiment to reduce the attrition rate in the end. And then with that, I would like to leave it to you and thank all my collaborators and co-workers and the team, which you will see on the top right on the next slide. So thank you, and I'm here if you have questions and ideas, or if you just think, okay, that's fine, that's also good, but just let me know. Thank you.
We leave the questions for the discussions. Yeah. So I'm Alexis Nolte. I wasn't there at the beginning of the session. I'm the head of human medicines at the EMA, and of course, I personally, with all my team, have a big stake in the life cycle of medicines. We just saw how AI has the potential, not only the potential, but how it can accelerate the drug discovery. The second example we have is on the other side of the life cycle, once the product is on the market, how we can use AI to improve or increase our ability to monitor the safety and efficacy of the medicine. And for this, we have Peter Noble from the University of Liverpool. He is not here physically today. He's here. He joins remote, and he will take us through examples of how AI also disrupts the other side of the life cycle towards once the product is on the market. So, Peter, to you.
Thank you very much. I hope everybody can hear me. So I'm Peter Noble. Everybody calls me PJ. I work in Liverpool University, and I'm an active clinician in the small animal teaching hospital here at the university. So I work on dog and cat medicine, but I have a special interest in turning the text that vets write into something that might be useful for clinicians and for things such as pharmacovigilance, but also disease surveillance. Could I have the next slide, please? So I work with a project called SAVSnet. Now, SAVSnet is a system where we have embedded some code into practice management systems for vets across the country. So in the bottom left-hand part of this panel, you can see what happens in that is that when there's a consultation, a vet sees the owner and a pet, and they type in some data into a computer system. We've tapped into that, and we collect that data and bring it into our central databases. In addition to filling in that data for us, the reporting what had happened to the animal and stuff, we also ask them to fill in a little 12-question questionnaire, which is in the far bottom left there, where they say what's the main reason that animal came in. So they can say it was because of gastrointestinal disease or respiratory or skin or tumor. Could have been a fracture, could have been a kidney disease or some other unwell. But they can report whether it's vaccinated, whether it's just a well animal coming in for preventative health, for instance. They can also actually, this is a place where computerization helps, but it's not AI. They can also report adverse drug reactions here. They can click on that and click on a little button there that allows them to report adverse drug reactions, and that data gets sent straight through to the veterinary medicines directors in the UK and is collated as adverse event reports. We also collect data from labs. We collect probably about 50% of the diagnostic tests that are done in UK small animal veterinary practices, and we collate that in our central database as well. Now, we use that data, a lot of it is used for surveillance, so we put out various reports indicating the prevalence of disease, and we can look both at lab tests to see whether they're appearing in the lab, but also we can look at whether a main presenting complaint is going up and down. So on the bottom right there, you see in the little graph with the red line on it, you can see reporting of gastrointestinal disease in the UK. And we had a big outbreak of a gastrointestinal virus across the UK, which we picked up in our data and were able to characterize. Can we have the next slide, please? So we collect data from about 15% of veterinary practices in the UK, which means we have literally millions of records. We've got over 10 million clinical narratives collected from consultations, and we've got records from well over 1 million animals. So we've got masses of information there, which would be very useful for things like pharmacovigilance. The challenge is that, of course, there's no chance that anyone or any group of people could just read all of those records and characterize features that are important for that kind of monitoring. So we've got loads of information submerged in those records, and how do we bring that to the surface usefully? We can't read them, so we do need to automate. Can I have the next slide, please? Now, there's a lot of work going on in developing artificial intelligence tools for collating that data. I have to say to Gerard, that was a beautiful definition of AI. I'm not going to gainsay that in any way, and I particularly love the comment about the fact that it's going to be essential that we use it. It's not going to necessarily replace us all, but we've got to use it. And there's a lot of, if we look at there's a recent study. If we look at the panels in the middle there, the study shows that the use of AI for pharmacovigilance is going up. The type of study that's being developed varies, but data collection and signal detection is going up. But the thing that's particularly telling is the third of those little graphs in the middle there shows that the tool that's being used particularly now is AI. AI is becoming very important in that. On the left-hand side of that panel, there's a figure from that same paper that shows the size of the data sets that are being used. And this is covering a lot of human medicine, and the size of the data sets in vaccine adverse event reporting, FDA adverse event reporting, electronic health records are all scaling up to around, most of them are sitting around the 100 to 1,000 reports that are being studied. But some of them scale up as far as 10 to the 7. We've got 10 to the 7. We've got 10 million records we can look at. So we're in a very exciting position that we have large data that can be collected through a system that is embedded across practices in the UK and in labs across the UK to collect data and make some sense of it for a variety of things. So I'm going to talk about some examples of how we've used this data, some applications that have pharmacovigilance importance. So could I have the next slide, please? So we've got over 1 million patients, actually over 1 million dogs. A lot of our work has been focusing on single species, because actually whenever you're doing any of these things, you often have to separate out the domains that you're working in, and that can be on a species basis. So we've got the lifespans of loads and loads of animals from when they're a little puppy through to when they're a geriatric patient. And we've got all those events. That's one thing I forgot to mention in the first slide there, or second slide there, is we collect what drugs are given to our patients at every step along the way, at every consult. So we've got a beautiful representation of the history of drug usage in our patients. We can capture data about individual drugs, but also about the drugs that are given alongside them. When a new drug is introduced, what was in the background already on that patient. And we can capture signals that tell us about clinical signs, so anything from vomiting and diarrhea to seizuring. We can capture sentinel treatment events. So this means that if there's a drug that tells us that something new has come up because by virtue of the fact that that drug can only treat one thing. So for instance, an anti-epileptic medication being applied in a patient tells us that animal has started seizuring. And if that's given where there's other drugs just in the previous history, that might give you some insight as to what's going on in the patient. All the way through to euthanasia and death. And we are doing studies where we look to see why patients put to sleep and whether they, and this is again another important point as to whether there's anything gone on either in terms of efficacy, adverse event, or failure of efficacy of the medication that was given to that patient. Could I have the next slide, please? So I'm going to talk about a bunch of studies, and I wanted to just give you a sense of some of the methods that we are using and give you an idea about how they apply. I know this audience may have everybody from some people who have got no experience about AI through to people who will consider my descriptions rather simplistic, but I hope we'll be able to get a useful overview. Methods I'm going to talk about are all based on neural networks. So you've seen some pictures of neural network methods in the previous talk. These are all methods designed for, or being used for in this case, processing text as natural language process sense. First one we use is Word2Vec. Word2Vec uses a neural network system to allocate a numerical representation to words. And that numerical representation is actually a vector that describes that word's place in a kind of word space. And what that means is that when you want to find words that are rather like something, you can look for words that have a similar vector, a similar place in word space. Word2Vec models are usually, you customize them in your data set. So we customize these models in our data set to be very cognizant of the peculiarity of veterinary notes. Veterinary notes are very badly written, often abbreviated, often misspelled, and we train models that look specifically at that text to make them useful when analyzing that kind of text. Problem with Word2Vec is it doesn't differentiate meaning for the words that can be used in multiple ways. So for instance, I've given the example of discharge. A dog might have a discharge from its eye, but it might also get discharged from a hospital. Word2Vec will use think that discharge is the same word in both of those settings. So we move on to more advanced language models. Language models take into account context. One of the ones we use a lot is BERT. These are came out in sort of 2018, 2017 time. These models use the context of words. They look at all the words before and after a given word in order to encode what that word means, which means you get context-specific interpretation. These are really good for recognizing entities like drug names or disease names or symptom names in text, but also really good at classification. So you can classify whether a document is about something. They're quite complex. They have hundreds of millions of parameters sitting inside them. And we find them very versatile and useful in our setting. The latest player on the scene, of course, are these generative models. Now, these generative models are trained to take some text and predict what the next few words will be from that text. But they're trained over huge data sets. They have very complex internal representations. They have billions, tens to hundreds of billions of parameters fizzing about inside them, but which means they can generate very complex responses to quite complex prompts. The example I've given here is I sent a generative model a bunch of designer dog breed names. So everyone can cross something that comes up with a name for that cross. So we have Cavachon and Cockapoo and Sprocker. And the prompt simply said, name the parents of this crossbreed or purebred. And the generative model encapsulates enough information to be able to render that into a short answer saying a Cavachon is a Cavalier crossed with a Bichon. That's actually quite useful to us, but there are some much more complicated prompts, and I'll show you those as we go along. Put little icons up the side there so that when we're on a slide that's using one of these methods, you can see which method I am using. So can I have the next slide, please? And almost perversely, I start with a slide that actually doesn't use much machine learning. And this is one of the first things you've got to do is be able to annotate your record in a standardized way. Drugs are recorded in all sorts of variations. So the prescription data is often describes 0.3x metocam injection cap per mil SC. And we've got to take all of those texts and normalize them so that they represent individual drugs well. That at the moment is a manual task, but we are working on machine learning ways of doing that. And those machine learning methods will actually benefit from these big manual tasks we've undertaken to normalize all the descriptions we get of drugs into a nice definitive single agent or multiple agent description that has an appropriate marketing authority code associated with it as well. So we can trace our drug right back into its formal roots. So that's the bit we don't use machine learning for, but it allows us to identify patients that have had very specific agents across our 10 million narratives. Okay, can I have a look at the next slide, please? So I talked about word2vec, a way of finding words that appear in the same context as a thing you're interested in. And this is a simple experiment that we've done very early on in our studies where we've said, well, look, do vets record adverse events or adverse reactions? And you prompt a word2vec model with the word adverse reaction and see in our text, because this model is trained on our text, what words appear in a similar way to the words adverse reaction. And you get a load of suggestions: adverse effect, bad reaction, adverse reaction, drug reaction. So there's a bunch of things suggested to us by our machine learning model. And then if you can generate a pattern matching phrase, and in the panel of narratives just at the top there is a thing called a regular expression that basically says, look for any of the things we found on the left there in the text. And as you can see very quickly, we can find within our text vets describing what they perceive to be adverse reactions or drug reactions. And we can then pull out any drugs that have been associated with those consults and go on to analyze whether that's something that's coming up regularly within our text. Could I have the next slide, please? One of my PhD students, my shared supervision with one of the team, Heather Davies, has done some work where she's used these word2vec models to convert terms that are part of the formal dictionaries of clinical science in VEDRA. So what she does, she takes VEDRA high-level terms and then next-level terms and looks to see whether those terms are used in veterinary consults, but also looks to see if the veterinary consults, when scanned using a word2vec model, have phrases that are used in a similar way. And the reason you do that is so that when you're looking for things, you can look for what vets would write. So this is us trying to say, what would vets write when looking for these lower level terms from a VEDRA dictionary? And when she does that, she finds that there are at least 15 other common combinations of words that describe components of VEDRA definitions of clinical signs. And that allows us to find then a much wider range of consults where a potential drug reaction is happening, or the signs that could be associated with a drug reaction are happening. So the machine learning model here is just providing us with a set of alternative wordings for things, but in the context of a very messy domain-specific language, we can find far more reactions as a consequence of using this methodology. Could I have the next slide, please? And as a consequence of that, you can apply that to a wide range of different studies. If you can identify exposed and unexposed animals, we can find specific drugs and very specifically by the entities that we want to look at. We can define what exposure period we're interested in. So we can find a consult of an animal that was given a drug on the 1st of January and say, well, we want to know if anything happened by the 1st of September to that animal or the 1st of March to that animal. So we can define a window in which things could happen. And then we can see within that window whether we see any of those phrases that we've derived from our machine learning model happening to that animal, and then compare between groups. So we do that kind of work reasonably regularly now. Can I have the next slide, please? Moving on to BERT. So BERT allows us to generate classifiers. As I mentioned, BERT is very good at making sure that it understands the meaning of words and the meaning of sentences. And from that, you can generate classifiers. So we have a PhD student working with collaborators in Durham who's built a set of classifiers that identify ICD categories of disease. Here I'm showing a study where he's looked at the high-level ICD categories, so they're basically body systems. And in red, we've highlighted that he's generated a classifier that reads narratives using a model that was trained to look at veterinary narratives. So you take a BERT language model and you fine-tune it. You make it much more ready to deal with veterinary language, the terribly written stuff that we give them. And then you look at how sensitively that classifier can find records about gastroenteric disease, and it does very, very well. It's when it's combined with a bunch of other models, you see that it's getting sensitivities and positive predictive values of around 97%. And when you use that model to look at disease outbreaks, you discover that it finds disease outbreaks really well. So on the panels on the right, we've got the upper panel. There's a graph of how common gastroenteric disease is in our patients with time, and you can see that at the start of 2020 there was an increase in the likelihood that we'd see animals with gastroenteric disease. But when you use Sean's classifier based on a BERT model that reads narratives, that's detected much, much sooner. So BERT models allow us to get inference about what's in text more sensitively, and also we can extend our these classifications down into the lower levels of the ICD categories, so we can actually look for more specific clinical signs rather than just the high level categories, and that becomes very important when you're looking for potential reactions to drugs. Can I have the next slide, please? We are exploring the use of generative models as well. So one of my colleagues, PhD student, Ivo Fins, has taken a generative model. These are the ones that are trained to predict the next word after a string of words. And you can give them a very, very complicated string of words. So in the grey box there, you've got the text that we put in front of a consult text in order to get that GPT to provide us with a response that describes a feature. The feature we're after is body condition score in this case. And so if you give a long, rather complicated prompt that says, tell me about body condition score with these numbers, avoiding these features in the text, and then present it with a clinical narrative like the one in the blue box, this generative AI will then tell you in a quite simple way that the body condition score is this and the dog is overweight. That's a really, although the experiment seems relatively simple, it's a very complicated set of things to get this model to do. But it does it very sensitively. It picks up all the records where there is an overweight body condition score recorded. The positive predictive value in this experiment was 90%, but actually with some refinement, we can get this much more sensitive. And we're just hoping that'll be one of the first publications for veterinary-based data using these models to come out very shortly. Could I have the next slide, please? In pharmacovigilance, obviously, the gold standard scenario would be to create a prompt using one of these generative models, and just say, look, is there a drug reaction described in this text, and what was the drug involved? Some nice preliminary experiments where you hand a prompt that we see in the grey box saying, tabulate only the drug definitely causing a side effect, and tell us what the side effect is. And then in the text on the right, you can see there's a lot of symptoms mentioned and a lot of and several drugs mentioned, but actually the generative model pulls out specifically the drug that is documented as causing a clinical sign in the dog. And this can be extended across narratives, so we can start working on generating narrative pairs and strings of narratives and histories that these models could scan and provide us with insights as to potential side effects. Can I have the next slide, please? One of the other things we can do is to say, let's not tell the model what to look for. Let's see if the model finds patterns within the text. Here's an interesting technique we're using. It's called topic modeling. You take your documents and you put your documents in this space of things that are happening. And then you look for clusters and find out what those clusters are based on the words that are present in them. And you find that those clusters represent really nice clinical entities. So if we cluster our documents in using embeddings, using BERT, we find that we can have clusters of documents that show particular clinical signs that might be interested: eye ulcers, skin disease, vomiting, diarrhea. So topic modeling allows us to see what's there in terms of all the different scenarios that are being described without us stipulating which scenario we're looking for. Can I have the next slide, please? And when we look at that data, we find that you can pick up particular topics. So we on the top left there, we've got some word clouds of topics that are found in the documents. The topic 17, actually, if we look at how that goes with time, that topic about gastrointestinal disease went up beautifully alongside the change in gastrointestinal disease in dogs in the UK. Well, what's more, you can look inside the topic and see how important each word is. And so when we look inside the gastrointestinal topic, we saw as our outbreak of disease was occurring, the word vomiting was becoming very important. And actually what happened, the outbreak of disease in UK dogs was caused by vomiting. But you can imagine that under the same circumstances where you're looking at consults following the use of a drug, you could look to see how the topics that emerge or occur in patients after that use of that drug, if a certain word gains more weight, that implies that there's a syndrome that's occurring that's different. Interestingly enough, if you look in your topic model, you also find that drugs, as they appear in the in general usage, start appearing in a topic model. So Librela is a new drug for arthritis, and that drug appeared beautifully as a topic in and of itself without me asking for anyone to look for it. Can I have the next slide, please? So where can we go from this? Well, we've got plenty of opportunities here for using these labeling and classifying techniques alongside huge data sets to do some causal inference. And we've got to build the statistical modeling beyond that in order to do that. And we are working on that at the moment. Interestingly enough, there's a whole host of drugs out there that have got their initial market authorization, but that probably for reasons of cost don't go on to do secondary market authorizations when they come up with other uses, and vets will use these drugs for lots of different things as soon as they've been released. This data might be a really good place to look for the efficacy of those drugs when used in situations for which they didn't have their original market authorization, or just to try and understand why people are using them in ways that they weren't originally authorized for use. We can scan in real time. We can watch data evolving, and we can see how a drug emerges, and we can watch to see if new topics arrive, or if we classify for specific syndromes, what syndromes appear. So we can follow the emergence of drugs and emergence of new science in real time using this data system. And we can collate that against automatically generated insights from the literature. Can I have the next slide, please? What do we watch out for? Well, people stop paying as much attention when they've got an AI doing the job for them. So we've got to be a bit cautious about that. Also, our models need to adapt to the change of the text that's occurring. Language changes, the way people use language changes. So if we've fine-tuned our models on one set of text and then 2 years later there's something different happening in the text, our model might not be ready for it. And also, as Gerard, one of the previous speakers mentioned, these models are changing so rapidly. We have to be very aware of what's new and available and what might supersede what we're doing, so that we are using the most efficient methods of collecting this information. Bias, another problem. Though AI bias, is that any worse than human bias? I'm not quite sure. One thing that's really, really important about all of this is having the domain experts who understand the clinical setting and the potential syndromes that are going to occur, talking very closely to the developers who are developing these methods. Absolutely essential. Can I have the next slide, please? So this is a companion animal vet's perspective. There's a lot we can do. AI allows us to explore data at a scale we've never been able to do before, and we are collecting data at a scale we've never been able to do before. Those two come into alignment at a wonderful time. I'd like to suggest that endeavors like SAVSNet provide you with a wonderful testbed for working on that have slightly fewer risks to human health and fewer privacy issues. So it's potentially, combined with the fact that the methodology we're using here, and many of the drugs we're talking about here are the same in human medicine. So the whole thing is very transferable. So it might have a very good testbed to work on. Can I have the next slide, please? And this is the people I work with. I've shown you pictures of my PhD students who went through, but the team is made up of Alan Radford, who's runs on surveillance, but is a virologist. I'm a clinician, but love clinical AI. We've got Gina, who does epidemiology, David, who probably got us here to chat to you guys in the first place. We collaborate with Manchester and Durham, and we're funded by UKRI, Dogs Trust Veterinary Medicines Directorate. I'm very grateful to it. But we are a small initiative, and we would love to talk to anyone who wants to work using this data set and develop tools for it. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for sharing that that experience and the experimentations you are doing at the University of Liverpool. We saw what AI can do at the beginning of the life cycle. We saw what it can do towards the end or after authorization, at least. We now have Thomas Brookland, who works for Roche but represents trade associations like FPA and others, who will give us an overview of what the potential of AI is in the field. So we have a full picture for our panel discussion later on. Please.
Thank you, Alexis. Thank you to the EMA, thank you to the HMA network for the invite to be here today and represent the associations that you see across the logos at the top of the slide here. Yes, my name's Tom Brookland. I work for Hoffmann and Roche based in Basel. But again, this presentation is on behalf of these associations. On the next slide, please. As Alexis said, we've heard from two parts of the life cycle here. I'm going to try and elevate us back to the holistic picture. Firstly, looking at and giving some more examples about how industry is exploring the use of AI across each and every phase of the life cycle development of medicines. And then we've looked at some of these use cases, and we wanted to outline some of the regulatory considerations, bottlenecks and challenges that we can foresee in this space, really to try and provide some food for thought for the rest of the workshop. And then lastly, I think there's only one slide on some considerations for next steps, practical next steps, all centered on the theme of collaboration, of course. On the next slide, please. So why are we here today? I don't really need to say that because we had some brilliant interjections already throughout the afternoon. The slide really was just to try and say that one way of explaining why we're here today, of course, is a combination of the increased technological and computing power that we have, combined with access to novel sources of data at scale and applying analytics, advanced analytics, to those two, which is where the disciplines of AI and machine learning actually sit. That's one way of explaining the advances in the digitalization and digital transformation that we observe, which is presenting this opportunity today. On the next slide. Again, I don't really need to cover this. Gerald did a much better job of explaining this than I could have. Really, the idea was to say most AI presentations these days have some sort of image like this, which will articulate a high-level umbrella term for artificial intelligence, and then almost a hierarchy of sub-disciplines below that, and explaining that machine learning is probably the most prominent discipline here, then followed by some of the more cutting-edge technologies, which we've heard about already today, actually deep learning, generative AI. And again, nice to see Gerald's diagram, which I think was better than these three here, actually. The next slide, please. I've personally always loved the analogy to the telescope and the microscope. The ability for us to see beyond the naked eye. The telescope, of course, enabling us to see into outer space, microscope at this cellular level. And of course, what AI will do in terms of future scientific discovery is enable us to see patterns and identify patterns at scale, which we otherwise couldn't with the naked eye. And therefore, it's unsurprising to know that most industrial sectors are looking to advance the use of AI within their domains. And of course, healthcare is one of those sectors. And on the next slide, please. I've borrowing a slide here from MedTech Europe, which we really like, which outlines some of the different areas in which healthcare can adopt AI. So we've got things like wearables, imaging, labs, monitoring, robotics, so on and so forth. But of course, we're here talking predominantly about medicines today. Interestingly, a number of the elements on this slide are also used within the development of medicines. So on the next slide, please. What you see here is a relatively typical sequential slide showing the steps that we take roughly in the development of the life cycle of a medicine. Again, we've already heard from Gerald and PJ about some of the different parts of this already. And it's no surprise again to know that there are advances, exploratory advances to try and utilize AI at each and every one of these stages. And I just want to take you through one slide in each to give a sense of what we're talking about here. On the next slide. In drug discovery, again, Gelal's already covered this in great detail, so there's nothing really for me to say here apart from the fact the key use cases are obviously around target identification, compound selection, compound screening. On all of these slides, the next few slides, I've put the word potential benefits here. We really want to highlight that. Again, as Gelal said, I really liked his slide on the hype curve. And as a side note, I think the term was it the trough of disillusionment is my new favorite term. what a great phrase. Artificial intelligence, like most other innovative areas, is highly susceptible to hype. And I think we need to be concrete about where we are really demonstrating credible evidence-based use cases. And of course, the potential here in this early phase is about better understanding of disease and cell biology, hopefully faster discovery of compounds, and the ability to maybe identify and target more complex diseases in areas of high medical need. On the next slide, moving along into then the preclinical drug discovery, the non-clinical, preclinical. Again, we've heard something in this space. I think efforts across industry are certainly looking at trying to predict safety-related properties of new molecules, so reproductive tox or pterogenicity, for example, predictions of animal and human PK. The potential benefits and value here, it's about trying to enhance the translational power, so trying to improve the predictability of a compound's effect in humans and patients. And also really hopeful that we can refine, reduce, maybe even ultimately replace one day the need for animal testing, which would be excellent. On the next slide, I think in the manufacturing space, CMC, so chemistry, manufacturing and control, a number of use cases here. I understand that there's actually a really wide spectrum of types of tools being used here. Neural networks, deep learning algorithms, large language models, for example. And ultimately, I think many of these are focused on trying to provide better assurances about product quality and safety. On the next slide. So clinical trials, early clinical trials, late stage clinical trials, this is a big area. There's going to be a lot of use cases emerging here. There are a lot of use cases emerging here, I should say. Some examples, and this is not exhaustive, but using approaches to identify clinical trial sites, identify the right patients who might benefit from therapy, stratification of patients into trials, so enriching populations in clinical trials. AI-informed trial design, so for example, dosing or posology would be an area here we're trying to advance. Digital endpoints, so wearables that collect a lot of data, this raw data, this high-frequency data, which is very, very large inside. We need analytical tools to try and make sense and derive insights from those very large data sets and hopefully try and qualify some of these digital endpoints. Real-world data, we've heard from PJ a little bit about that, again, trying to derive insights from these technologies. And the potential benefit and value, maybe more precise trial design, faster development of clinical phases, maybe reducing the number of dropouts, and precision medicine, precision dosing, that kind of thing. On the next slide. So pharmacovigilance, also heard a little bit about this already. I think a lot of approaches are trying to address sort of routine pharmacovigilance tasks here, AE detection, individual case study report management, extraction of information from narratives and EHRs, for example. The hope here is to try and replace or try and cover some of the more routine, repetitive tasks here, which would enable us to redirect some of the human time and effort into more meaningful and impactful time. On the next slide. So this is AI to enhance internal business function and efficiencies. We heard earlier that regulators are also trying to do this. This slide comes last in the sequence, but actually it's being applied across the entire lifecycle development of medicines. And we're seeing efforts here to summarize documentation, search for information, translate information, and again, a bit like the previous slide, ultimately here trying to reduce the administrative burden that we're seeing in this space and the manual effort and aiming for time savings. On the next slide. So if I had to summarize some of the potential, and I've underlined the word potential there, so I want to try and give a more hopeful tone to this presentation. If we had to summarize collectively in the last 4 or 5 slides what we hope to achieve here, well, it's around new sites into disease biology, faster drug discovery timelines, reducing the need for animal testing, increasing the efficiency, the quality, the speed of clinical trials and clinical research, qualifying digital endpoints, novel endpoints, providing greater assurances of product quality and safety, and ultimately reducing routine repetitive tasks to enable us to redirect human time to more meaningful things. On the next slide. So that was kind of previously. Now I've been covering some of the different uses that we have at a helicopter view, a big picture. I think now we wanted to provide some considerations, some regulatory, policy and technical considerations moving forwards. Of course, to an extent, the paradigm shift in how we develop medicines is changing. There's lots of new different types of technologies that are coming into this domain. AI is one of those things, but anytime this happens, you have this interface between these technologies and the medicines development process. And this triggers us to ask certain questions around, well, what are the different roles for different stakeholders in this space? What kind of regulatory frameworks are fit for purpose for this? What does scientific advice look like here? And we generally need more clarity, understanding, dialogue, and stakeholder discussion to try and map these things out. On the next slide, another thing to consider, and first and foremost, this slide's very focused on Europe, but what you see here is essentially the European AI legislative and regulatory landscape is becoming incredibly complex and highly interconnected. Everything you see on this slide is a framework, either a legislative framework or a regulatory framework that there is theoretically, every single framework on this slide could apply to a single use of AI. So we have along the bars across are the horizontal legislation, so legally binding frameworks that are cross-sectoral in nature. The two in yellow are in yellow because they're focused on AI. So the AI Act, of course, is still draft, the AI Liability Directive, the update to the Product Liability Directive. We have the GDPR, the Data Act, the Data Governance Act, the Cybersecurity Directive, the Network and Information System Framework. So they're horizontal. We also have vertical legislation, so sector-specific legislation. And for us in the health sector, that means the MDR and the IVDR, which will regulate AI-enabled medical devices. The clinical trial regulation, of course, and also in the future, the European health data space. We heard from DG Santé the mention of the European health data space, and it's hopeful that we can potentially access novel sources of data to train, test, validate algorithms in a health setting here. Of course, it's still draft and there's a lot of hope there as well. There's then what we would consider as soft law guidance, for example, maybe coming from the EMA and the HMA network in the future. And then on the right-hand side here, we see good collaboration in the Trade and Technology Council meetings between the EU and the US, currently aligning on standards and terminologies. But again, the point of the slide is to say there's many frameworks emerging here that we need to consider. It's also one thing I'd like to add is it's a myth that up to this point, AI has not been regulated. I've noticed this creep into certain articles and publications. I think it's coming from the fact that the AI Act is seemingly this comprehensive regulation of AI, suggesting that up to this point, this technology hasn't been regulated, and that's not true. The other frameworks you see here, like the GDPR, they regulate a component of how AI is developed. On the next slide, though, so that was very focused on Europe. Of course, AI policy is not just a European discussion, it's becoming a global discussion as well. The global AI policy landscape is evolving. We're seeing many other regions, countries start to consider what kind of framework, what is the right level of governance for them. Lots of things, different types of frameworks, a lot of frameworks around medical devices, and now we're starting to see some more medicine-focused ones, of course, from the European Regulatory Network. The FDA was mentioned as well, the US FDA. At the bottom there, it's also worth noting there's a lot of international cross-border frameworks that have emerged. These are arguably primarily voluntary frameworks, but you've got AI ethical principles, risk-based frameworks from the WHO, from UNESCO, from OECD, IMDRF, etc. So it's a global discussion as well, and this needs to be considered. On the next slide, when we look at the use cases that I've described holistically and try and sort of tease out what are the commonalities and some of the challenges and the considerations that we see, we try to bucket these into two areas. There's the data and the technical related bucket, and also the regulatory governance and guidance bucket. So the data and the technical piece, well, as has already been hinted at today, data, the foundational data is absolutely critical to the development of AI. So having availability of relevant, reliable, generalizable, high quality data sets is critical. And could the European health data space help here? That remains to be seen. Explainability of algorithms, explainable AI is a hot topic. I'm personally very interested in potential scenarios where maybe algorithms don't have to be fully explainable if the prediction is much, much better or the proposed outcome is better than what we're seeing from standard approaches. Bias in data sets, mitigation of bias is absolutely critical. Transparency, data protection and privacy. These are typical things you would see in a presentation like this, but they're each very, very important. Use of third-party software. Developers won't always use software that they've developed themselves and own themselves. There's a lot of third-party software being used, and this could raise challenges when it comes to governance of AI, disclosure of information about how the model performs, etc. So that's something that needs to be considered. And of course, we've also already touched on generative AI, large language models. This is only going to increase. These models are only going to be advanced more and more, used more and more, and they are quite different to traditional methods and might challenge existing regulatory frameworks once again. In the right-hand bucket, so thinking more about then guidance and governance, and I think there's going to be some comments in response to the reflection paper on AI in line with this. Consistent definitions, and not just the definition of AI and machine learning. There's a lot of different definitions in this space. There's lots of different people, different types of SMEs who work in this space, who use terms interchangeably, but sometimes mean different things. So we need a clear lexicon and vocabulary that we use together. Clarity regarding the risk-based approach. We really appreciate the risk-based approach outlined in the reflection paper, but we think more clarity is needed in terms of how does low, medium, high risk relate to things like the overall benefit risk assessment of the medicine, or the regulatory impact, or the need for scientific advice. Consistency with existing legislative and regulatory frameworks. Thinking back to the last two slides on the European and global landscape, this is a very important point to consider. Protection of IP and innovation. As ever, it's a balance between ensuring the rights, the safety and the well-being of individuals. That needs to be balanced with protecting and ensuring and fostering the right innovation-friendly space as well. Fit-for-purpose regulatory pathways. What's really meant by this is future-proofing. This is obviously a rapidly evolving space. Terms, concepts, requirements might become outdated. So again, there's a balance there needed in any given framework. You need to provide sufficient clarity in terms of what it means now to help developers, but it also has to be flexible enough to allow for future innovation as well. And last and certainly not least, international harmonization. Again, thinking about that globally emerging landscape that we need to consider. Again, hopefully this is just food for thought to people to mull over throughout this workshop. And then I think on the last slide, yeah, some ideas on the what and the how for next steps. Again, food for thought. On the what, so again, fit for purpose, risk-based approaches that take into consideration the context of use of AI. There's a lot of different contexts, a lot of different intended uses, and a one-size-fits-all is arguably not going to suffice. Another thing we consider potentially could adapt existing regulatory guidance and frameworks, but consider new ones where appropriate and necessary, such as new guidance is likely very needed here. As mentioned before, building a common set of definitions and vocabularies. When I read different policy papers focused on AI, they've all got their own set of definitions, which I don't think is always very helpful. It's more helpful to try and align to what already exists. Identifying and discussing emerging use cases. As I said, this is absolutely critical. There's going to be lots of different use cases. There's going to be a lot of noise in this space. And I think, as I said, identifying those really credible ones that really demonstrate value are the ones that we need to discuss and identify. On the how, okay, so we would always advocate for more cross-stakeholder engagement opportunities, such as this workshop, which is excellent, consultations. We really appreciate updates to the Big Data Steering Group work plan around AI, which I think fits in 2 pillars now. Sometimes some more information could help there to explain some of those things, but that's okay. We encourage sharing of the evolutionary thinking of the agency. So we really appreciated the EMA publication in Nature in November 2022. And maybe, I mean, when it does come to the state of guidance, which granted might be a while away, perhaps treating guidance in this space as different to guidance in another area, i.e. potentially needing more regular updates based on, I don't know, a learning system where you feed in constant learnings from different use cases. So again, just some food for thought, ideas on the what and the how. Either way, the industry would love to be a partner and collaborate with all stakeholders in this exciting new area. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Tom. Thank you so much for bringing us back on time. I think we had some really, really good presentations leading to some thoughtful insights here. And I can see there's already one question in chat. Maybe take that a bit later. I'm just looking around the room here. If there are any immediate reactions, questions to any of the three presentations. I see one here in the back, please. Go ahead, state your name, affiliation, and your question, please.
Yes. Hi, my name is Jess Ross. I am a Senior Government Affairs Lead at Unlearn AI, a tech company where we developed digital twins of clinical trial participants to use as covariate adjustment in the analysis itself. ProCova was qualified by EMA. I just want to echo the statement that was just made in the last presentation regarding cross-stakeholder engagements. There are many AI experts in industry that would love the opportunity to educate and engage with regulatory bodies to help them understand the nuance that is involved in different AI methods and in different AI contexts of use. AI is not a monolith. We have to keep this in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing that. Any other comments, questions immediately off the bat from the talks we've had here? Don't feel shy. I see one here in the back as well. Please again, name and affiliation and question, please. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ben Hughes. I'm the head of AI at IQVIA. Those presentations showed very diverse contexts of use of AI and the fact that in every use AI was mixed with a lot of other types of technology and data. I guess the question to the floor is how do you build a taxonomy of context so that really things that we talk about in terms of AI are just not generic?
Any of the speakers would like to respond to that? Please, Gerard.
Well, I can try to formulate a response. I think it's a very good point because basically this is also what we envision in our work. We work also a lot with experts from the Institute of Advanced Computer Science. Those are really from the background of computer science. And while this intersect leads to novel insights, the domain knowledge or the context, if you will, to shape this and to also understand what's a good idea, and also which ideas should not be pursued, is key. I mean, this separates things that have been tried before from things that are very productive. And this sort of relates to what I said. It's really a transdisciplinary approach here. You need experts of any application area where you want to apply AI to be able to provide this context and also put it in the frame of reference of other methods that may have historically been used or abandoned. So I guess it's a very key point. The context is key.
Okay, sorry, it's Tom. Thanks, Jesper. Just to clarify the question, you mean can we develop a taxonomy definitions that go beyond sort of avoiding generalized definitions and have a taxonomy specific to the development of medicines? Like, what do these terms mean in this context? Was that the question?
Yes, I think it's more for a question relevant to this context. How do we develop a taxonomy or a landscape that's relevant to the scope that we want here, given how diverse it is here?
Yeah. The reflection paper could be updated with lots of different terms and a glossary, maybe with input cross consultation.
We hear you on that one. So thank you, definitely. Just again to come back to some of the questions we have here from others. There was one in the chat. I'm just wondering are there other questions coming in? I only see one right now in the chat. Just trying to check with those looking into it. Otherwise, I think my co-chair here, Alexis, also had a number of scribbles that I think we could bring forward to. So if no one else in the room, please go ahead. I think Gerard already tried to answer the online one. So I'll defer it a little bit because it's the question about bias. And I think let's take that towards the end.
Yeah, I just have a very general question. I'm not sure there's an answer to it. When I heard the three presentations, I thought, okay, we talk about the promise of AI. Promise means maybe it won't be realized. So basically, what is the challenge? What is the biggest challenge? And there were three challenges I picked up, and there are probably more. One challenge is First of all, the data may be out there. The problem is to get it because it's locked in narratives which we can't read. We need to translate all this data in something that makes it usable for machines. That's one challenge. The other one is AI is in the virtual space. You still need to validate what comes out of it. You need chemists that do still the work, as an example. And the third one is just the regulatory environment, which is super complicated. So these are three challenges. So what's the biggest bottleneck? Is there one that is actually slowing us down more than others, or is it all something that we need to tackle all at the same time? We can't really say where the biggest challenge is at this point in time.
This is Tom again, just to try and start a response. I mean, yeah, I think holistically, I think a lot of the challenges need to be addressed at the same time. The data is out there is an interesting one to me. I think that, or my understanding is that the secondary access and use of data in Europe is very, very low. There's this term where data rich but information poor. We've got great sets of data, but it's very challenging to access them in a meaningful, efficient way. And there's various reasons for that. I understand technical reasons, legal reasons. That's definitely, I mean, if we're saying that the data is the foundation, the underlying foundation to all these models, I would argue that that the data is a really key part. And it's actually linked, I mean, the regulatory environment, as we said, if the European health data space is part of the regulatory environment, that really needs to be an enabler of that. Just a response to a part of that. But I don't know, do others have thoughts?
Maybe online. PJ, anything to this topic?
I mean, I think data access is fascinating. So my domain is quite different to a lot of the ones you guys are talking about. But one of our big concerns is that there's a sense at the moment is that we should only share our data if we have to, rather than the onus should be to look at that data sharing is an essential for health. It's essential for all these benefits that we can achieve. And actually, we should be looking at how to break. The most important thing is breaking down the barriers rather than assuming from the outset that we can't share our data. We try to share our data. We have a process that's put in place based on sort of an ethics system that's run through the University of Liverpool. But we do come across a lot of people who might share data with us and are intrinsically very loath to do so. Yeah, how we manage the sharing of data is absolutely critical, and it allows us to do far more the more data we've got that covers the better coverage we have for disease surveillance, but also for the pharmacovigilance side of things.
Thank you. So very clear articulation here about the need to have more data and access to data, but also to good data. As we hear from one of the questions here, there was definitely one. I think I'd like to bring that in, Gerard, if that is, or do you want to continue this one? Because otherwise there's a question we had online. One concern with using AI in healthcare relates to data bias. As it is trained on large data sets that are not flawless, how can we assess and manage the risk of this bias in the context of drug discovery? And it also goes with, I saw on some of your diagrams, right? If you do the 10th to the power of 60 or 70 compared to what's in the chem database, 2 to the power of 7, or 10 to the power of 7, versus the number of drugs on the market. I mean, we're only looking at a very, very small fraction with those data sets. So what are the biases in that?
Yeah, thank you. I think this is, these two are related. If you talk about having the availability of data and then the quality of data, I think one of the major bottlenecks or challenges, also to respond to the previous question, is to filtering. So how do we filter for bias? How do we filter for reliability? How do we filter for data? I mean, of course, we want to have lots and lots of data, but you already see now also in the more or less publicly available big AI algorithms, you get hallucination, you get predictions. And if I want to show anything today is that I can have a machine spit out more data than any human can handle. So filtering and finding out which data are reliable enough to take forward is going to be a key challenge there. And with regard to bias, I made some comments on there, but this is something that we'll manage to show in any database, because a database created with an idea in mind. So data that meets the scope the best will probably be overrepresented. In the literature, data that shows inactivity for biologically potentially active molecules will not be accepted, will not be shared, because it's of no interest and no funder will fund the project. I'm going to generate inactive molecules. Trust me, I tried. But I thought it was an interesting idea. But having then this awareness is, I guess, key, because there's lots of methods you can think of going into the context, very technical solutions, conformal prediction, or trying to sample this data, or having a reliability index. But being aware of that and trying to get this sense of having bias in every data and in every prediction from any algorithm as part of a checks and balance system is, I guess, something to try and get a foundation. Without going into detail of the technical method, having awareness of people processing this data or output from AI is, I think, a big necessity.
So a different perspective we're getting here in the chat and the Q&A as well is to call out, and I hear that from you as well, Tom, and I definitely heard that from PJ too, and from Gerard, the need for collaboration on expanding access to data and common definitions and standards. Open question is almost going through the hype cycle of the Gartner. I mean, are we doing enough on this account? I guess I know the answer, but what would be the ideal going forward? What are you looking for? What's on top of the shopping list if you were to ask for taxonomy, data standards, data access, data quality in collaboration? How do we do that? Any brilliant ideas? That's the silver bullet question, isn't it? We all want more data. We all want to have better data. We all want to have it well annotated and unbiased. How do we get there? Yes. Also for PJ, please.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that is we've had to do in collating our data is actually tell anyone who's giving us data not to worry about their having to do a lot of work on it first, which is it's interesting because it means you get scruffy, messy data. And when we first started collecting, we introduced a little, coding to each consult, so that every consult has a little note saying it's a gastroenteric or respiratory. But we realized very quickly that one of the main sources of information would be in that clinical free text, but it is terrible in terms of how it's written. But part of the trick is to make sure that the people who are going to give you data have to do as little work as possible. This is in the veterinary sphere, where we have very little money and relatively little resource to drive these things. So it's just making it easy at any technical level, which it can be made easy. Also accepting that you don't need all the data. I mean, much as it would be nice to have consults from every single animal that's seen in the UK every day, actually there are places, as long as you're appreciative of potential bias, and we spend a lot of time thinking about the bias in our data, being conscious of the fact that you've got to get samples that can tell you something about the specific question you're dealing with. So those would be a thought.
Thanks a lot for sharing that, PJ. Any reactions here in the room? I mean, I definitely hear a wish for further collaboration and getting towards sharing data. And maybe, as I heard from you, PJ, not necessarily let good enough stand in the way, or perfect stand in the way of good enough, because don't over-engineer the effort to get the data right, just get it out there. And any roles for future infrastructure here? We got one of the comments here. What is the role of federated learning in this aspect? When we do challenge ourselves with GDPR, cross-border sharing of data, and I appreciate that, although there may not be GDPR issues for veterinary cases, I mean, they're still moving data around. It's a big task. So, open question, are you all open for collaboration through federated learning? Would that be an approach? Gerard, I see your body language. That looks positive to me. So,
well, yes, but it's something we tried, and we're still in the process of trying with pharma. There's also been a recent big IMI project called Melody that recently published all their results. So I think this is definitely a step forward, and also sharing the raw data you're not interested in anymore. I mean, European Union has Zenodo as an archive, which we frequently use because it allows us to put everything, including scripts, etc., out there. And I think there's a role for academics there, but for private companies, it may not be so easy. But I guess, freeing the data, as you say, is a step forward.
So something to consider for a number of initiatives out there to look into these topics, because obviously we need to advance on them since we're all asking for the things to be developed. So I don't think we're done on the last federated project and the last data standardization project, nor the last taxonomy. Tom?
Yeah, just IMI made me think of Eden, of course, as well. I think this federated learning is definitely an opportunity. And yeah, of course, European health data space, potentially some sort of regional framework. And of course, it's always a balance between, in a region like Europe, where we have really high standards and high moral values around ensuring the rights, the privacy and the protection of individuals, it's a balance to be struck between, say, privacy and access, isn't it? We need to ensure the privacy, but we also want to ensure that health data is available for secondary use. And that's sometimes a hard balance to strike. You could argue that you need to ensure someone's right to privacy, but you could argue on the other side, you need to ensure someone's right to make their data available for the greater good. So it's not an easy question. And I know you've been asking what's on the shopping list, and we would argue all of it. But yeah, this is a multifaceted, multifactorial area of work that we're dealing with.
Just to share with you in your chat, we have a few comments about, can data governance maturity modeling in the initial, or could it be the initial solution for data bias? A little open question, I would argue. So if you don't necessarily feel comfortable, we could probably move on, but it's something we'll take note of. Data ownership and data gatekeeping are interlinked concepts that are risk factors in causing bias in data inputs. That's definitely a statement. Just to let people know, we're actually monitoring the chat, but obviously the more qualified questions we get, the better discussion we can have here. May I just provoke people a little bit in terms of some of the presentations you gave earlier, and especially probably to yours, Gerard, but also to what I saw from you, PJ. The data sets you rely on, that you use for training. We went through the wish to have more data, also the wish to have unbiased data. Is there a risk with some of the models that we apply now that the way we learn from these data sets are limiting our potential outputs of really creating new innovation? Or, Gerard, do you see that your modeling can actually give us completely new drug molecules beyond what is just learned from previous and existing molecules and target matching? Because there's some discussions going on around the use of the same large language models. If we all use them, we probably don't get any new ideas in our companies and our organizations because we come up with the same answers, all of us. Right? Provocative, but please, if you could help me to enlighten what the potential are through the hype cycle on this.
You're quite right. Actually, it is the risk of having an echo chamber where you just see things coming back and forth and improving them and then reinforcing them. I do think that this is a significant danger. You can always deal with it or try to deal with it and be aware, and also try to go beyond. You can at least have your models give their confidence and then say, I'm going to do experiments there where they do not know it anymore for sure, right? That's straightforward. But I don't think we can solve that. I don't really think it's easily circumvented, because it's going to be a risk nonetheless.
As long as we are mindful about it, right? We do call about that some of these large language models do actually kind of seem to dream answers. Maybe some of the stuff we come up with that are crazy ideas as well have to come through, fail, and then we select the good ones, right? So
that's why I never put the AI fully in charge, right? That's why it's a tool for a person working with it.
Yeah, thank you. And then I think we got a question over here as well.
Thank you. Stephen Pike, I'm at Parexel, and I'm currently sitting in the wrong chair. Apologies, I came in late. Just building on this conversation around data, I've worked for a number of pharma companies over the years. I now work for a clinical research organization. And one of the things that we're conscious of all the time is that clinical trial data is incredibly rich, but it is also locked away, and very few have access to very much of it. I think the concept of a federated model is therefore a very attractive one, but there are some impediments to get over in order for that to work. Now, one of those might be the format of the data, where we are actually helped because of the expectation that it is created and submitted in the US in particular in a standard format. So that's very helpful. It makes the data potentially accessible if only the door to it was open. And I wonder, therefore, whether we can identify a suitable, honest broker who would establish a federated model along the lines that has been suggested, to allow us to access much of that rich data, which, as I say, exists in large quantities. Now, one of the things that is sort of relevant here, it seems to me, is that historic data doesn't mean low value data, because often what we're interested in with AI is looking for patterns in that data. And many of those patterns might be equally pertinent and informative for data that is 5 years old, 10 years old, perhaps even older. So although there are many use cases that organizations are very focused on their more recent data, this could be a high value opportunity. But I do, again, want to come back to this notion of, in order for it to happen, it needs an honest broker, because it's not going to set itself up.
Thank you. Very good intervention. I think we got one raised hand on the WebEx. Gabriel Westman, please.
Valerie, are we unmuting him? Gabriel Westman, online.
Thank you. Inka Heikkinen from MSD today from your bio. I wanted to ask, today we reflected, so if you think about innovation, it's always welfare neutral. Today we reflect a lot of the opportunities, but can we identify some risk? Like, what if we don't get the regulatory governance right? Like, what could be the risk, especially asking for the academics that are already using these technologies? Can you already identify something that could come?
So I hear that as a request to the academics to talk about the potential risks that we could be informed from. Yes, please. So that's definitely a research topic there to dive into. Thank you. I think we are coming up on time here, unfortunately. I would appreciate, Gabriel, we do get to hear from you later. We know we'll have the opportunity. So sorry about the lack of unmuting. I will hand it over to my co-chair, Peter Arlett, again. Thank you.
Mayan, can I just check whether the colleagues on the WebEx can hear the interventions coming from the meeting room? Maybe you can just post in the chat just to confirm you can hear us. Hello, I don't know if you can call the technical support. The apparently in WebEx, it looks like the room is muted. Colleagues, just hold for a minute or two while we sort that out. We'll be back with you in just a minute or two.
Yes, they are all muted, and it's up to us from here to unmute them because of the number of people, but we'll get audio here.
You know, you all thought, those of you following the WebEx, that that was an accident, but actually it was on purpose to let you have a little breather before we move from science and technology, if you like, to policy. Firstly, just to thank Alexis Nolte and Jesper Kjær for chairing that session, also particularly to Gerard van Vesten, PJ Noble, and to Thomas Brooklyn for the presentations, and of course to all of you for the comments in the chat and in the room. It's a great pleasure then to move to a bit of a deep dive on legislation and policy. This is going to be co-chaired by Stefano Marino, who is the head of the legal department here at the European Medicines Agency, and George Paliouris, who is a patient representative on the Big Data Steering Group. He also works with the Muscular Dystrophy Association, and he's also an AI academic working at the Institute of Informatics and Telecoms in Athens. So great pleasure to open this session. And I think I'm going to hand straight to George, who's going to lead us through these speakers. Over to you, George.
Thank you, Peter. Can you hear me? The session that we just experienced. I especially like the link between the titling that we show between the data and AI. And I think this link carries over to the ethics of the use of data, but also the ethics of the use of AI models. Thank you. So I was saying that there is a tight link between data and AI, as we saw already in the presentation so far, and this link is carrying over to ethics. And to me, one of the most interesting things regarding my participation in the Big Data Steering Group is the mission of making data available. I think this is the most important take-home message for me. and one that we should also take into account in our discussion about ethics. For me, the use of data is of high ethical urgency regarding patients. So the data that is generated primarily by patients should be used and should benefit eventually the whole society, but the patients themselves as well. So I think AI has a major role to play in this direction, but at the same time, we want AI solutions that can be trusted. We already discussed about bias, and there are many other trust issues related to AI that we need to take into account. So the session that is following, I think, will touch upon those issues and will show us how we can get towards this goal of being able to trust AI. And again, I think patients being at the center of the data generation process, and to my view, the owners of the data, they have a central role to play also regarding the ethics of data use and AI. So without any further ado, I would like to introduce our speakers, starting with Sara Rafael Almeida, who is a policy officer at the unit dealing with medicines in DG Santé. She's also a member of the pharmaceutical strategy team responsible for the evaluation and review of the pharmaceutical legislation. So Sara has studied law in Lisbon and also health economics policy and law in Rotterdam. And she will be talking to us about the European AI legislative system. So Sara, the floor is yours.
Perfect. Over to you, Sara. George, sorry for the wait. All good things are worth the wait.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I'm recovering from these few minutes of stress, but just to say that it is really my pleasure to join you today at the HMA EMA workshop on artificial intelligence, and to provide you with an overview of the EU legislative ecosystem from an AI perspective, focusing on health. Before I ask the colleagues to kindly take the slide forward, I just want to emphasize how exciting the times are for us, times of extreme technological progress in the field of medical science. And when we talk about the use of AI to support product development, repurposing of known compounds, identification of new active substances, the use of big data and real-world evidence, these are not new topics for us. In today's workshop, we've heard a lot about these activities. I would like to add one development that I'm sure we will discuss throughout these 2 days workshop, is also the rise in complex combination products that can contain software, medicines, and other elements that maybe even today we are not able to anticipate. So my presentation is really inspired by these developments in science, and what I want to mention is how the Commission has taken these technological developments in big data, in AI, in genomics into account when developing legislative frameworks or revising them, always with the aim to avoid bottlenecks or regulatory gaps, to ensure that breakthroughs happen first in the EU. So what we are talking about, in my presentation, what I want to mention is that the overall aim is to ensure that we have enabling frameworks for innovation that ensure trustworthy AI. So thank you. Next slide, please. So I will focus my presentation in 4 key pieces of EU legislation that are providing a framework for the use of AI in the health domain in the EU. So you are certainly familiar with these different legislative frameworks. So the recently adopted, starting from the first one, the Pharmaceutical Strategy for Europe, it's a recently adopted Commission proposal that revises the general pharmaceutical legislation. I will also provide some information on the regulation on the European health data space that already was alluded to today. I will touch upon the medical devices and in vitro diagnostics regulations, and I will end my presentation by mentioning the AI Act. Next slide, please. So the pharmaceutical strategy was announced when the current commission took office and was adopted in November 2020 with a communication that announced legislative and non-legislative actions. You know, already in this communication, you can find reference to AI and to other and to data in general. The legislative package that was adopted in April this year consists of 4 elements. So 2 Commission proposals for reform of the general pharmaceutical legislation, a new regulation, and a new directive. There is also a Commission proposal for a Council recommendation on AMR and a so-called chapeau communication that summarizes the key elements of these 3 Commission proposals. So next slide. Echoing what our director Rainer Becker mentioned in his introducing remarks, the general pharmaceutical legislation has been in place for more than 20 years, and at the time, developments that we know today on big data, AI, genomics, they were far from being reality. So what you see in this slide really shows that the aim of this proposal, specifically in this topic, was to embrace this digital transition. And you see in these 3 topics in this slide, the proposals of regulatory adaptations to make the EU framework future-proof and innovation-friendly. So notably to an improved clarity on the interplay between EU legislative frameworks. And here, the slide from previous speaker from the industry, was really, really rich in that regard. So in this context of interplay between frameworks, one important interplay is, of course, between medicines, medical devices, in vitro diagnostics, particularly important when we deal with complex combinations. The pharma proposal also has provisions that aim to facilitate increased agility to accommodate AI and other cutting-edge scientific developments, notably through regulatory sandboxes to test, approve, and monitor new therapies. The proposal also aims to facilitate the use of real-world evidence and health data in the assessment of medicines, including via the European Health Data Space. Next slide. Of course, medical devices, IVDR regulations are also key in this discussion. And as you know, in the definition of medical devices, software is included. So there are several good uses of software, including AI and machine learning in the medical devices sector, from remote surgery to diagnostic and procedural assistant, and also medical device manufacturing. And in this context, these regulatory frameworks, they have introduced changes and improvements to ensure patient safety, notably through reinforced rules on clinical evaluation and clinical investigation, stricter pre-market control of high-risk devices with involvement of a pool of EU experts, reinforced designation and oversight processes of notified bodies, improve transparency via comprehensive EU database on medical devices and device traceability based on unique device identification, and enhanced post-market surveillance, and vigilance. Next slide. Now to the European Health Data Space. I think it's another very exciting piece of legislation that can really open possibilities, far beyond the discussion that we have in today's workshop. The European Health Data Space is a Commission initiative that aims to harness the power of health data, and by creating a unified digital health ecosystem, the EHDS will facilitate cooperation and data sharing across the EU. This was really what we were discussing in just now in the previous session, and it's really good to see how we are at the end of the day all looking at the same thing and trying to use the different tools to achieve it. Now, the EHDS was adopted in May 2022, the Commission proposal, and is being discussed at the Parliament and the Council. It's started in the Council with the French presidency. There was a progress report under the Czech and Swedish presidency. And this work continues with the current Spanish presidency, also working very intensively on this proposal. Next slide. So the European Health Data Space sets out rules, common standards, infrastructures, and a governance framework for the use of electronic health data for healthcare, research, innovation, and policymaking. By providing a consistent framework for all these uses, the EHDS foresees the training, testing, and evaluation of algorithms, including medical devices, AI systems, and digital health applications. So the availability of data in the EHDS will indeed enable developers of AI systems to accelerate the safe development and deployment of AI. Next slide, please. Finally, the AI Act. In April 2021, the Commission presented the first ever proposal for a comprehensive legal framework on artificial intelligence. The negotiations on the AI Act are ongoing with European Parliament and member states in the Council. They started in June this year. Speaking with the colleagues leading this work, there is a strong political commitment from all sides to agree on the AI Act by the end of this year. The Commission is supporting the co-legislators in finding an agreement as an honest broker in this endeavor. So the aim is to indeed arrive at a balanced approach that promotes trust and innovation. Next slide. So the AI Act is horizontal legislation that lays down uniform rules for AI in the EU market, and it's applicable to all AI systems that are placed on the market, put into service, or used independent from their origin. And the AI Act, as you see in the slide, has two main objectives. So first, to ensure that AI systems in the EU are safe and respect people's health and fundamental rights. And secondly, to support the development and the adoption of trustworthy AI solutions, legal certainty, thus contributing to a single market for AI. The AI Act was designed in a way to be consistent and complementary with existing EU and national law. So, and here it's important to mention its complementarity with the medical devices regulation. There shall be no unnecessary duplication, but only one certification process. So this includes only one risk management process, and the reliance of the AI framework on the conformity assessment under the sectorial legislation is, of course, part of the logic of alignment and smooth integration of the AI framework into existing legislation. The AI Act aims to provide legal certainty to operators and to stimulate trust in the market for all providers of AI systems, following proportionate and risk-based approach. Next slide. So in the AI Act, you see the Commission proposed a risk-based approach with 4 levels of risk. So unacceptable risk, high risk, transparency risk, and minimal or no risk. Only a small number, as you see, only a small number of AI uses are prohibited because they cause unacceptable harm or are incompatible with our values. A limited number of AI systems have been listed in the Annex 2 and 3 of the proposal as being high risk. And this includes products that are covered in the regulations on medical devices and in vitro diagnostic medical devices. Next slide. So high-risk AI systems will need to comply with a number of requirements in order to ensure trust, safety, and a high level of protection of fundamental rights. An iterative risk management process is proposed to be implemented. So there will be mandatory requirements for all high-risk AI systems, which include the use of high-quality data sets, technical documentation and record keeping, transparency and the provision of information to users, human oversight, robustness, accuracy, and cybersecurity. This is my last slide on the AI Act. I would like to thank you for your attention. I hope this overview spoke to you, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you also for being really on time despite the difficulties that we had at the beginning. So we can move straight to the next talk, and we'll have time to discuss. There are interesting messages in the chat. So the next talk is by Andreas Alois Reis, who is the co-unit head of the governance unit at WHO, the World Health Organization. He has studies in both medical studies and practice, and also studies in health economics and in biomedical ethics. He has very actively been organizing lectures and trainings throughout the world for the World Health Organization. So we're ready to listen to the interesting things Andreas will share with us. Andreas, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. And first, thank you very much to EMA for inviting WHO and for giving me the opportunity to speak about the ethical issues in AI for health. So first of all, why is WHO concerned with AI for health? As you all know, this is an extremely rapidly growing industry, and there are many AI technologies that have a great potential to improve healthcare, health research, drug development, and also public health measures such as surveillance. So great potential benefits. At the same time, there are a number of significant ethical issues and challenges that could even undermine some core human rights protections. And for WHO, it's really important to reap the benefits in support of equitable access to healthcare medicine, while we are ensuring that ethics and human rights and human beings are at the center of the design and the deployment of AI for health. Next slide, please. So what are some of the key ethical challenges that we see? First of all, the question is, when should AI even be used? And this is also a question of cost effectiveness. If we think about the fact that many of our member states only spend a few dollars or maybe a few dozen dollars on health per person per year, when should they invest in these quite expensive, for the moment at least, technologies, while maybe neglecting more basic services? So that is really a very basic question we get from our member states. The second one is concerned with the digital divide. As you know, there is a wide variety and variation in accessing digital tools, both globally, but also within countries. We have some, for example, the elderly, or maybe some specific vulnerable populations who are not accessing and using digital tools as much as others. And the further development and use of AI technologies might further increase that gap in terms of accessing healthcare. The third ethical concerns that has been mentioned before is around data collection and use and privacy. This is a huge area that I also cannot really go into detail, but especially if we're talking about data that is crossing boundaries, there are a lot of challenges, which most of them are a lot of challenges for regulations and laws at the national level as well. The other concern is around decision-making and accountability and responsibility for the use of AI, and also liability questions. So what if something goes wrong? Who will be responsible? Who will be liable? There are a lot of ethical concerns around that. There are also a lot of questions around bias and discrimination associated with AI. We have seen numerous studies where, for example, the database that has been used for training AI is biased, doesn't include, for example, women, or only includes white people. And then actually the result of using AI-based tools can be biased and can also discriminate against certain population groups. As we all know, the risks to safety and cybersecurity are ever increasing. And of course, as we are more and more relying on AI technologies, this concern is also growing. There's also one aspect of AI that is often forgotten. These technologies use a lot of energy and also a lot of water. So there are increasing concerns about climate change. Also, there are many impacts expected of AI on labor and employment. And this is not only true for manufacturing, for example, but also in healthcare and medicine. There could be effects of de-skilling, for example, that actually, healthcare providers lose the ability to, for example, read, diagnostic tests if they rely overly on AI and everything is automated. There are also expected impacts on the patient-provider relationship if more and more AI algorithms are used. And finally, one of the big challenges that we face is actually the power of industry in this sector, where it's very concentrated to a few key players who dominate this area. And I think this is a big challenge for regulators and also for healthcare providers, how to deal with this situation. Next slide, please. Because of these big ethical challenges, WHO about 3 years ago established an expert group on ethics and governance of AI for health. And here you see was a very heterogeneous, multidisciplinary group. Next slide, please. And after about 1.5 years of work, this expert group helped WHO publish a guidance document on the ethics and governance of AI for health, which was published a little bit more than 2 years ago. It comes with opportunities and challenges, some governance options, recommendations for different stakeholders, and then some checklists for ministries of health, designers, and providers. And also, very importantly, it included some consensus ethical principles that I will go through in the next slide. Yeah, just go on to the next one, please. So there are 6 consensus principles. The first one is protecting autonomy. And it essentially means that humans should always remain in control of healthcare systems and also of medical decisions. This also means that, as is the case in other medical care, the patients should always have informed consent and should provide informed consent for their treatment. The second principle is to promote human well-being, human safety, and the public interest. The first ethical principle is really preventing harm, and first do no harm. And there are a number of regulatory requirements for the safety and quality control that are really key in ensuring this safety and doing no harm. The third principle is to ensure transparency, explainability, and intelligibility. There's a famous black box phenomenon that in some instances, at least, nobody really knows and understands what the algorithm is actually doing. And this principle really requires that all technologies should be intelligible, understandable to developers, medical professionals, patients, users, and regulators. Next slide, please. The fourth principle is to foster responsibility and accountability. And some have also called this the human warranty principle. So AI should always be used under appropriate conditions and only by appropriately trained people, which currently is a problem, and there's a lot more need for training of healthcare professionals in the future. The fifth principle is about inclusiveness and equity. I already talked about the digital divide, but also about the possibility for bias and disparities. So it's very important for WHO to ensure that everyone has access to the benefits of these technologies, and we continuously monitor the impact on equity. And the sixth and final principle has to do with responsiveness and sustainability. It's very important, as I said earlier, to watch the effects of AI on not only health systems, but also on environments and also the workplaces. Next slide, please. Yeah, after the publication of this report, actually there was an incredible interest in this subject. I've been working at WHO for several years, and really the interest in this report has been unprecedented. One of the things we did was to develop an online training course on the document, and this is a free 3.5-hour course that is open to everyone. We've had more than 16,000 people from over 130 countries already involved in this. We have also done regional workshops in almost all of our WHO regions throughout the last year. Next slide. And we continue working with technical departments and technical areas. I talked about the potential of AI for bias and discrimination. One of the departments of WHO that are very concerned with AI is our healthy aging colleagues, who asked us to collaborate on a policy brief on ageism and AI, which examines the use of AI for older people and conditions in which AI can actually exacerbate or introduce new forms of ageism. Next slide, please. And then one document that is probably of high interest to this group as well. Just about a month ago, WHO came out with regulatory considerations on AI for health, which include chapters on documentation transparency, risk management and AI systems, the intended use and analytical and clinical validation, data quality, privacy and data protection, engagement and collaboration, and some recommendations for selected stakeholders. Next slide, please. Next, please. So what are some of our ongoing and future projects? So one very important project at the moment is to develop an ethics training course on AI, specifically for developers and programmers, because they have found the generic training course and the generic guidance very interesting, but they told us they would like to see a very much more hands-on training on how to include ethics while developing AI programs, and not merely as an afterthought. Sometimes this is called ethics by design, and this course is currently being finalized and should be published in a few weeks from now. Next slide. Yeah, we are also mainstreaming this work on ethics and governance of AI in developing further WHO policy briefs. One is on the health legislation for AI, because many countries are requesting to help with concrete legislation or legislative proposals. This is a key area for country support. A lot of WHO's work revolves about creating guidance for member states which are evidence-based, and obviously tools like generative AI have the potential to revolutionize the evidence collection and synthesis. So we are developing a policy brief around that. We're working with our reproductive health colleagues, especially around the area of cervical cancer screening, where it seems there are very promising applications for in terms of AI. We have a separate working group at the moment on ethics and infodemic management and social listening and fake news, which is related but very important work. We're currently finalizing, this document is in layout already, a document on ethics and generative AI or large multimodal models, which we intend to publish in the next 2 weeks. And also, we are in the final drafting of a document on the risks and benefits of AI for pharmaceutical research and development, which should be published early next year. Next slide, please. So in terms of a conclusion, I think it's fair to say that we have very quickly growing possibilities of AI for health in healthcare research and in public health. There's an enormous potential for improving human health and welfare. At the same time, there are some serious risks that we have to address early in the development, and there's a clear need for international standards and regulations. Next slide, please. As most of you will know, just a few weeks ago, our UN Secretary General Guterres appointed a high-level advisory body on AI. And here's a quote from him on the global AI imperative. Globally coordinated AI governance is the only way to harness AI for humanity while addressing its risks and uncertainties. Next slide, please. And I want to end with a quote from Stephen Hawking. Our future is a race between the growing power of technology and the wisdom with which we use it. Next slide, please. Here's an acknowledgement of my colleagues. And next slide, please. Thank you very much for your attention. And I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Andreas. Thank you for the very interesting perspective of the World Health Organization and for keeping the time as well. And we move to Elisabetta Bayasin, who's a researcher in law at Cairo Leuven Center for IT and IP Law. She's focusing on AI, data, and cybersecurity, especially regarding health law and ethics. She's also a fellow at the Stanford Law School's Transatlantic Technology Law Forum and an external collaborating expert at the EMA. So, Elisabetta, the floor is yours, and we're eager to hear what you'll be presenting regarding comparative views of regulations.
Thank you very much. So now I guess you can hear me. So it's a pleasure to be here today and give the presentation on comparative worldwide regulatory approaches to AI. I'm apologizing because my slides are also containing some animation. So for the person who is, I think it's an academic thing, apparently. So I would suggest to the person that is in charge to just skip the animation in every slide. So just have the slide as it is at the final design. So next slide, please. Thank you. So today I will present comparative overviews on AI regulation, and I'm very happy to also see some links already with the presentation that have been done before, but by our colleagues. I will present about AI governance across jurisdictions. I will also try to find some links and commonalities about these jurisdictions, and I will focus at the end on AI regulation for medical products. Next slide, please. And I will start from the end. So with the key takeaways. The first key takeaway that I want to present today is the fact that AI governance policies worldwide often provide already, they are very generous, but also they provide direction about AI regulation in healthcare and medicine. Also, AI governance initiatives across the world, they have different approaches. And as I will show today, they stem from soft law, meaning policy, strategies, and principles, to hard law, such as legal acts, to other kinds of international initiatives. When it comes to AI regulation in healthcare and medicines, there is also a complexity factor that needs to be taken into account. And I think there is quite a link already with what was said at the first presentation, because there is a important interconnectedness with other matters, such as data laws, cybersecurity laws, and their interconnection is quite complex from a legal perspective. And then I also want to point out that in AI regulation, especially in healthcare and medicines, regulatory agencies have a crucial roles, because they help shaping the safe direction for the AI uptake in medicinal products. And finally, I also conclude that the EU stands at the forefront of AI initiatives, both when it comes to hard law and soft law. Next slide, please. So I want to start with the introduction and some context about AI in medicine and healthcare. Next slide, please. And especially the most important and recurrent term in these days is safety, AI and safety. Next slide, please. Oh, perfect, thanks. And AI safety is really important, especially starting from patient health and ensuring that the treatment of AI-based products is safe and effective. And also it links safety to responsible innovation And at the same time, safety is also quite importantly connected with security. And also in the former presentation, we have referred to cybersecurity of AI-based technologies in medicine and healthcare, which is really important. Another important factor of AI safety links to privacy and data protection, because privacy and data protection are one of the most important elements, especially when it comes to doctor and patient relationships. So it's really important that when using AI in medical settings, it's really important to keep in mind privacy and data protection, which leads also to the element of trust. The more there is the possibility to have technologies that are safe, the more individuals we have trust in healthcare systems and in healthcare institutions across Europe and in the world. And that brings again to patient rights and the possibility to use AI in a safe manner and in respect of all the fundamental rights, including the one of non-discrimination and equity, which also link to what we referred before on bias and discrimination. Next slide, please. And next slide. So to start with AI governance and my comparative overview today, I will start with the European Union, where, next action please, where the European Union had different policy items started in 2018 with the European strategy, the coordinated plan on AI, and which was followed by the high-level expert group guidelines on trustworthy AI. So we have had a strategy and we have had guidelines. Then a white paper followed, and afterwards a AI Act, which is a proposed piece of legislation to cover horizontally the regulation of artificial intelligence in the European Union. Next slide, please. So just to give a brief overview, we have had in the high-level expert group guidelines the AI ethics requirements that were very important and are still high, which includes requirements such as human agency and oversight, robustness and safety, privacy and data governance, transparency, diversity, non-discrimination and fairness, accountability, and societal and environmental well-being. And these requirements were in a way followed up, next slide please, in a hard law piece of legislation, which is the proposed AI Act, where we are seeing a risk-based approach, as our former colleague presented in the first slide. So we have different degrees of risks according to which AI technologies should be regulated. And based on how risky they are, technology requirements are following. So depending on if unacceptable or high risk, etc. Next slide, please. And in this piece of legislation, the requirements included, as we saw formerly, several kinds of requirements from risk assessment to technical documentation, record keeping. So there is a wide set of requirements for AI-based technologies. And in the AI Act, as it was anticipated before, it is both for medical devices and to a certain extent to medicinal products. Some aspects are being discussed in the latest drafts of the AI Act. So why I have done this exercise of repeating the AI Acts? Because it's a very effective depicting on how AI governance is usually shaped. So next slide, please. And especially, as I wanted to give a overview of AI governance worldwide, I will now just give a brief overview of what I mean by AI governance architecture. So usually, if we take a comparative point of view, we see that so far there has been a tendency in regulating, firstly, AI principles. So, for example, again, in the European Union example, we have had the ethics requirements and guidance of those principles. So in a way, some overarching technology goals. Next to that, which is the core of what I'm discussing today on the comparative point of view of AI governance worldwide and in healthcare, the different states are choosing between hard law and soft law. So, for example, the European Union has chosen hard law, meaning that it has chosen regulating through the AI Act, a piece of legislation, and then some guidelines both on the AI Act and other relevant authorities. But other states have chosen soft law as so far as a mean of regulating AI. And as we will see later, it might also consist in guidelines or codes of conducts. In the architecture of AI governance, there is also international standards that may represent also industry standards and practice, and AI governance could be also driven by monitoring enforcement by authorities. Next slide, please. And to start with a comparative overview of AI governance worldwide, as you may see from these slides and the following slide, there is a number of states that already started having their own AI national strategies. And in many cases, these AI national strategies already provide some general directions on how to regulate AI in healthcare. The next slides also includes a continuation of the list of the AI national strategies. And what I wanted to show, compared to this list, in the next slide, we have a list of hard law that is quite restricted if compared to the previous one. So member states across the world that have legislated on AI are, for example, the European Union, of course, or Brazil, Canada, South Korea, and China. And in addition to specific ad hoc law for AI laws, there is also some states are legislating through specific laws that might have an impact on AI. And that is what I want to show in the next slide, is the fact that AI, in some cases, is interconnected with other pieces of legislation. So in addition to horizontal legislation on AI, as the European Union has done, there are other pieces of legislation that also the European Union has done. For example, we have seen before pharmaceutical strategies where there is a tendency to accommodate also some needs on AI. There are other pieces of legislation that are relevant. For example, data protection legislations, data laws. And again, in the European Union is the European health data space, but it's a recurring trend for the other countries around the world. Again, cybersecurity is really important, as we introduced it before, because it's also related to the safety and the use and results of AI and AI-based technologies, as well as non-discrimination, especially, for example, in US, there are several piece of legislations that deal with non-discrimination in AI. Next slide, please. And here I just added more notions about latest initiatives of AI that you might have encountered in the last days and months. Next slides, please. And finally, I wanted to conclude this overview with the fact that also, as we've seen in the former intervention, the WHO issued recently in the last month some regulatory consideration of artificial intelligence for health. And again, we see important principles that were recommended there, including documentation, risk management, and the importance of data quality, privacy, and data protection. And engagement, of course, and collaboration. Next slide. Now that we have set the general overview of AI governance, we have seen that there are many countries with their own national legislation and their own national strategies and their own national principles. I wanted to show more specifically what it means for jurisdictions into comparison. Next slide. The four countries that I chose are European Union, United States, Canada, and China. And as you see, they are all having a national strategy, and they're all having different ways of regulation in AI through hard law, for example, the European Union, or soft law in other cases. Hard law, for example, is also in Canada, where there is a draft AI and Data Act. And as I was also anticipating before, there are sectoral laws, for for example, medical device regulations, pharmaceutical regulations that are dealing with AI. This is also the example of the United States, where for example, there have been several amendments on specifically pieces of legislation to introduce, for example, alternatives to animal testing on computerized simulations. Next slide, please. And especially in US, you might have heard of the executive order that was issued in October 2023. And what I think is really interesting is the fact that this executive order was proposing national relevant health authorities to start further strategies to the use and regulation of AI throughout the drug development process. And it identified several areas for future rulemaking, including generative AI, predictive health, and equity principles in AI-enabled technology. Next slide, please. That's why I finally propose some further comparative remarks, especially for what concerns regulation of AI for medical products. And what I want to point out here is the fact that if we distinguish, there is a small distinction between medical devices and medicinal products. For example, here I recapitulated the situation for medical devices. And for medical devices, we see that the US, Canada, and for example, China, that already have guidelines that concern AI and machine learning based technologies for medical devices in form of guidance, whereas the European Union has not AI specific, but specific guidance on medical device software. And here again, the situation is quite regulated in the sense that 3 out of 4 countries are explicitly tackling AI in healthcare. Next slide, please. When it comes to medicinal products, there is a slight difference. Here, as we see, we are our 4 countries, the European Union and the US have produced 2 important guidance. Of course, the EMA reflection paper that we will discuss more thoroughly later on, and the US guidance that was produced early this year. And as you see, there is a difference, for example, in the EU, where it has hard laws, where in the US, so far the approach seems to be mostly oriented to soft AI laws. Canada, to my knowledge, and China still have not published a guidance on AI for medicinal products. Next slide. And this is the guidance I was referring before, the reflection paper that will be discussed thoroughly throughout the workshop, and the FDA guidance using artificial intelligence and machine learning in the development of drug and biological products. What is interesting to see, it's also the tendency of the FDA to make, as also it's in a reflection paper by the EMA, many parallels with medical device legislation and what is already been regulated in former guidance. Next slide, please. So after this comparative worldwide overview, I wanted to conclude basically by showing what I have presented so far. So as we have seen, there are many AI governance policy worldwide. And as I briefly referred, they often provide directions to guide AI regulation in healthcare and medicine. And AI governance, as we have seen, there are different approaches. Both it can be hard law, so having horizontal pieces of legislation such as the AI Act or specific piece of legislation that are more specifically sectoral wise, and also soft law. There could be policy strategies, as we have seen in the governance architecture models. For healthcare and medicine, there could be also an interplay with ad hoc sector-specific laws, and it's really important to take into account them, especially when it comes to specific overlaps between the legislation. This could be data laws, AI laws with cybersecurity, and other pieces of legislation. Regulatory agencies, as I was anticipating, they are having a crucial role in ensuring and shaping the safe direction of AI uptake. And we have seen, especially in the latest slides, that the European Union stands at the forefront of AI initiatives, both for hard laws and the production, for example, of the Act and pharmaceutical strategies, as well as soft law in the production of guidelines for AI-based technologies in the medicinal product lifecycle. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elisabetta. I think we are exactly on time. And with this, I think I will hand over to Stefano Marino, who will be coordinating the discussion session.
Thank you very much, George, and thank you very much to our excellent speakers. They've provided us already a very clear outline of what the difficulties are and how much talk there is around the use of artificial intelligence in our sector. The first reflection before going to the questions that were raised in the chat, the first reflection that instinctively comes to my mind is that we live in a complex world. We live in a world where sometimes legislation does not have the same pace around the various jurisdictions. And you've just heard from Elisabetta how different it is in the EU, US, Canada, China, etc. How different can the choices be? The Commission has made a very important and very responsible choice in order to protect citizens and all us who are owners of fundamental rights. Sometimes other jurisdictions go in a slightly different direction, as you've heard. And so I was thinking of that when Andreas spoke about the possibility to have in the future international standards and regulation, I was reflecting how many years before we get to that. It's already very difficult to find consensus among 27 member states. And you've heard already that there are some interventions at the level of the Parliament, at the Council, that have an impact indeed also on the use of artificial intelligence in the medical sector, although the interventions were made in a different context, which is the Pharma Law Review. Now, just to say that medical doctors, patient representatives, regulators, lawyers find themselves in a sort of labyrinth at the moment. And I wonder whether Stephen Hawking would comment these days to say not only that that we have to keep the pace of the artificial intelligence to use, but I think we have to also try to run faster than artificial intelligence themselves and govern our own fantasy in trying to come to terms with a very delicate subject. Of course, as you realize, there is no answer yet. A political solution will have to be found in the Union, and I know that the Commission is working extremely hard on that, in that direction. So with that said, I would suggest that we go back to the chat and see if we can have a quick discussion on the various questions that were raised. I'll try to myself. Okay, thank you very much. So maybe I will. Maybe I'll borrow your laptop for a second. So the question, the first question I see here in the chat is for Sara Almeida. The question is, in its amendment to the EU pharma legislation, the Parliament has deleted the approach for regulatory sandboxes, arguing that it was not clear enough which category of products would be covered. That would have been a nice link to the sandboxes in the AI Act. What chances and risks does Sara see of using the sandboxes approach to combine the different legal frameworks and create a fit-for-purpose approach for novel products? Sara, please.
Thank you. Thank you for this question on a topic that has raised a lot of interest from the different stakeholders. Indeed, this is an amendment from the Parliament, just like any other amendments that we have received. The proposal is out, and now this is part of the co-legislative process that follows. I just want to mention that the concept of regulatory sandbox is not new. It already exists in other industrial policy instruments for innovative and breakthrough products that would otherwise not be easily dealt within the existing framework. And as you rightly point out, the AI Act proposes regulatory sandboxes. So the review of the pharma legislation and the provisions that you see in the regulation 726/2004 from Article 113 to 115 are also inspired by that. But of course, they are inspired by the needs of the sector. And there, the provisions are quite detailed in terms of how such a regulatory sandbox may come about. I will not go into those details. What I want to clarify is that the regulatory sandbox is not a playground. So it is a time-limited tool that will allow the testing of technologies that are products, services, approaches that are very innovative, and they will be testing in a real-world controlled environment under very strict regulatory supervision. Now, as regards your concerns on this proposed amendment and how the final text will look like, just to mention that while we need legal certainty, and I think this is, of course, a legitimate concern of the colleagues at European Parliament, and we also, when drafting the proposal, draft with that in mind. We also need to ensure that our regulatory framework is future-proof. And here, there's also a role for regulatory guidance, and there's also that supports the implementation of the legislation. And in our context of, it's really an essential part of this work. Now, regulatory sandboxes should not be seen as just another procedure as the existing one. So they need to really be in a context of use that is really extraordinary compared to what exists in terms of procedures. And they may lead to targeted adaptations of the framework, or they may not. So you see also in our proposal the concept of adaptive framework. So the aim is really to be future-proof, but without creating legal uncertainty. And I just want to say that the concerns of the Parliament are, of course, legitimate concerns. And it's now this next phase of the process to work together on the next stage. I hope I'm useful. Do not hesitate to reach out again.
Thank you, Sarah. And we're conscious of time, and there are many questions, including in the room. So we will have to shorten a little bit the answer if possible.
Okay.
Also, the other thing is that when you have a question, you should identify yourself, because it's important for EMA to identify the affiliation as well. So the first one was from Roche. The next question in the chat is from Mr. Nagarayan. And the question is, are there any consideration for recommendation engines that is using AI to recommend and leave the decision making to the subject matter experts? Sarah, are you able to address that as well?
I will be very quick in my reply. I'm not able to address this very specific technical question. What I can say is that you cannot find this specific context of application in the proposal. I'm afraid I cannot be of much help.
Okay, thank you very much. We will probably have an opportunity to discuss tomorrow when addressing these and other matters in the AI reflection paper discussion. Now, my methodology will be that I will first follow the chat in the question, but then after the last chat for the speaker, I will give the floor to people in the room. So I guess there is a gentleman here who wants to intervene. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm Stephen Pike, Parexel. I was struck listening to Andreas, who set out the consensus principles, ethical principles, and there were 6 of them, the third of which related to transparency, explainability, and intelligibility. These are words that appear in the EMA reflection paper also. And I did just want to express a concern that these are words which I think convey a sense which is misleading. When you've got billions of neurons in the neural network, it can never truly be any of those words. If it's intended to convey a sense that we should be aiming for simpler rather than more complex, because more complex systems are inherently more prone to do things which might be problematic, then Occam's razor is a very helpful principle in that regard, and I would encourage us to think in those terms. But equally, rather than talk about explainability, transparency, and intelligibility, we should be much more explicit about the particular risks that failure modes related to these issues could give rise to. If one's concerned about the potential for bias, then let's talk about the potential for bias. If one's concerned about model drift, let's talk about model drift. My contention is that these are words which we can never truly be confident that are attributable to a system.
Thank you. It sounds to me more as an intervention, which is very well welcome, not a simple question. But maybe, Andreas, you might wish to address these points directly, and then I will have another question for you, Andreas.
Yeah, thank you for these remarks. And I actually don't disagree. I mean, these principles are really aspirational. I don't think that we can 100% fulfill all of these principles, but it is very important to have these goals and basic ethical tenets. And I do think, for example, for the patient, in order to give full informed consent, it is important that we explain what is behind the technology as much as we can. But I would agree with the previous speaker that it's not always going to be possible to do this 100%. Over.
Thank you. And the next question is for you again, Andreas. There is Margie Sheet, again, we don't know the affiliation, who would like to know from you whether you can go a little bit more into the explainability needs, because explaining to a regulator is much different than explaining to a developer, artificial intelligence product owner, doctor, patient, etc. So could you please clarify a little bit these explainability needs? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So this actually nicely follows on the previous comment. And I think I talked already about the needs of the patients. These needs can also be different according to different patient groups. Let's say for the aged persons, it could also be different. It could be different for people who have special needs or who are illiterate. And in terms of the developers and the health professionals, of course, there are also different levels of expectations. So for the health professionals, there needs to be a different information and explanation, of course, than for the patient at the end of the line, and also for the regulators. There needs to be a different type of information. I think it's just by principle very important that the developers provide these types of explanations on the functioning to the various groups that are concerned. And again, there should be some sort of targeted and tailor-made approach for all the different groups. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we go to two questions for Elisabetta, maybe one a little bit of tail attached for Sarah again. Axel Kors from UCOP would like to know whether the proposal by the Commission for the Pharma Law Review intentionally restricts the scope and potential derogation to the regulation, directive and ATMP regulation, but not to the medical device regulation, IVDR, clinical trial regulation and other potential horizontal legislation. And the question is whether this is an oversight or a deliberate choice by DEC. Now, sounds like principles of drafting, but please, Sarah.
Thank you for discussion. I replied in the chat very quickly. It's a deliberate choice. I provided more detail in the chat. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And now I have one question from the room, from Mr. Jay Zhang from Vaccines Europe.
So my name is Jiajie. I'm the head of AI machine learning at Sanofi. So we talked about AI oversight and enforcement. So my question to the speakers are, how do you advise that the industry prepare for themselves for the upcoming oversight and potential enforcement? Thank you.
All right. I guess this is, to me, this sounds more for Sarah, but the other speakers are very welcome to confirm.
Thank you. I think this is your question is really about collaboration. It's about preparedness, and it's part of the usual work. I think this workshop today is also very important to understand what are the regulatory perspectives, what are the needs from the industry, and it's through, I think, in the Commission and the EMA, we have a number of mechanisms to, in terms of having bridges to listen to the sector, and also in the context of the preparation of legal drafting to address concerns. And there is, of course, the proposal was just adopted, and there is a long way to go in terms of preparation ahead of the implementation. I think that the discussions that we are having now in terms of raising awareness on this proposal are extremely important to understand the expectations leading to then the implementation. So for me, it's really about reaching out and working together. Because there will be, of course, an implementation plan, but right now we are at the stage of the adoption of Commission proposal that will enter the ordinary legislative procedure.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And linked to that, I think in terms of enforcement, there is a question in the chat, but I don't think that we can answer to that today, just at the end. It's about criminal liability. It's an interesting question from Nicolas. Nicolas, we don't know who you are, but you are very welcome. And it's about whether we could speak about potential criminal liability for misuses, violations of the law, criminal negligence. Now, this is a very delicate legal question, and I don't think that this audience will have a clear and immediate answer for you. But what we can do is to continue thinking about that, and maybe in the next maybe for tomorrow's session, we will see if we can come up with some ideas. Meanwhile, if you can also squeeze your brain a little bit and come up with some interesting ideas, that would be very, very welcome. Thank you for the question. Let's go back because there are two important questions for Elisabetta from Gail Francis. We don't know the affiliation again. Elisabetta, you mentioned that the AUI Act applied to some medicines and that this was being discussed. But the question is, can you give the audience a little bit more information on what some medicines means? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, can you hear me? Yes. Okay, thank you. So I didn't want to spark. I just wanted to briefly mention, and perhaps I went very brief on the fact that the EA Act has been discussed to some extent on some specific research exemptions, which is a part of the December version of the Act proposal that was the council version, if I'm not wrong. So I just wanted to point out that there are some open discussions about research exemptions. So I didn't want to, so my apologies if I have been unspecific, but I mentioned the exception for scientific research. And I will stop here, but briefly, I was commenting that specific proposal because, in my opinion, the wording could be a little bit, perhaps in the trilogues, could be a little bit more specific in order to provide more legal clarity in what these research exemptions means and how to guide better the stakeholders that might have an interest in this research exemption. So that now I think I clarified better what I meant before.
Thank you, and I guess that some will have been relieved by your answer. The other question is, it's a pure definition question from Ulrich Kulisch, unknown affiliation, whether the term high risk as used in the AI Act is the same as used in the AI reflection paper. Is that correct, or there is a different approach to the definition of high risk?
Yeah, I would suggest, yes, indeed, that it could be a question for tomorrow's discussions, indeed.
Very good. We will then further reflect and come back with a satisfying answer tomorrow. The next one is from Mona Larsen, unknown affiliation. Oh, sorry. Danish Medicines Agency. Thank you very much for the input. The question is, what are your thoughts on the impact of strict AI regulation on innovation speed and implementation of AI technologies in the EU area compared to US or other important global areas for technology development? I'm afraid this is for you, Elisabetta.
Well, I think this is a question I often received about innovation and AI regulation. And sometimes I have the impression that it has a sub-assumptions that AI regulation stifles innovation. So my thoughts on that is that I think AI regulation and innovation go hand in hand, especially when AI regulation gives legal uncertainties to stakeholders to know what are the legal paths that could be followed in order to have a safe and compliant AI technologies. Which brings also to the next point, which I think that innovation should be always go hand in hand with safety. And in my research especially, I always make the comparison between what happened in the early years of medicine regulation, both in US and EU, where a lot of incidents came before proper regulation concerning safety, which then were extremely important for safeguarding patients' rights and health. So in my opinion, I think in light of that, you know my thoughts. I think that AI regulation is crucial to innovation, but innovation needs to be responsible and ethical. And I think it's the best approach to safeguards dignity as a fundamental right for patients.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone in this room who has also a comparative approach, is expert in the field and how EU, FDA and others are looking at this matter? Somebody whispered in my ear that maybe Mr. Brookland would like to intervene.
But sorry, what was the question? I'm listening to the answer, but can you rephrase the question?
That's fair enough. I will repeat for you. Sorry to...
It's the impact. Sorry, impact of the regulation on innovation.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
Yeah, it's a hard I mean, my opinion, it's a hard question to answer because it's a balance, and I personally think these two things pull sometimes in the opposite direction. I either need to ensure the rights, the safety, the well-being of individuals, whilst at the same time protecting innovation is a very difficult balance to strike. And I've asked this question a number of times, and as you can see, an overview of all the approaches globally that we're seeing, they're all somewhere different on that scale. And I think that that is somehow influenced by the different cultural, philosophical, and ideological values that a region has. If you look at the regions around the world, there's a different approach to AI regulation or governance, and there's different factors that influence that. It's not an easy question to answer. I don't know if anyone has other thoughts on that, but that's...
It always depends entirely what the final regulation is, but if you're serious about AI systems, and I'll use that term specifically, none of the things, and you're serious about commercializing these or using them on a systematic basis, are any of the things we're discussing here really that intimidating? If you're really trying to develop an AI system, of course you have all the documentation. Of course you're measuring performance. Of course you're doing explainability. You'd be doing all of these things if you're actually very serious about how you're applying AI. And so I wonder whether actually they will stifle innovation, or they'll allow the cream to rise to the crop, because we'll have clarity on which AI systems are actually high performing.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid we only have 2 minutes for the last question, and there are other very interesting, very useful questions in the chat. I suggest that you all take a look at that and maybe have some reflections. Hopefully we will have some time tomorrow. The question I would like to choose as final is from Mario Stassen. He says, it is worth noting that self-learning system with adaptive algorithms may pose unique challenges from a regulatory perspective, as they may require alternative approaches compared to systems with locked algorithms. This also in the context of human control and liability. Very technical question. Anyone, either from our speakers group or in the room, who would like to give a try? Adaptive algorithms versus locked algorithms.
Perhaps I can come in, and I feel like now I will speak as working at the EMA. I really, this is a very important element when you are working as an assessor, as a regulator for medicines. You know, it's a big difference if you are looking at a product that has a different level of complexity of an algorithm, and the challenges that arise there from early development and regulatory interaction to pharmacovigilance are extremely different. So I think that what we are looking at is creating an enabling environment, a regulatory enabling environment that is aware of these risks and really is able to give the regulators, the assessors, the EMA, national competent authorities, the ability to interact with this kind of innovations. So when we think about being a the data-driven regulatory approach is really tapping into that and really having the same level of confidence in terms of assessment of medicines that are built on the basis of a locked algorithm or an open algorithm. It's really to ensure the confidence in regulatory oversight and on innovation as well.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you also for the assist that you provided to EMA for responding to this question, which will not happen. And I will keep you with the suspense until tomorrow, or maybe later than tomorrow, because the chair here is telling me that the time is over. So over to you, Peter.
So the chair is going to take chairman's action and give an opinion on the question on innovation, actually. Perhaps, no, not bravely. I think it's fair to say good regulation is an impetus for innovation because it provides clarity on route to market. It also protects the products as well as the patients because it provides some assurance on safety and effectiveness. So good regulation is good for innovation. Obviously, complexity, contradiction, and uncertainty are not. And we would hope that by having one EU Act, one reflection paper for 27 member states, in other words, the EU, at least provides some clarity and some unified views within a big bloc within the world. So thank you to Stefano, thank you to George for chairing the session. Big thanks to Sarah, to Andreas and Elisabetta for really interesting, to making the more policy and legal aspects come to life. Those of you who are in the building are rewarded by some coffee just outside the room. Those of you who are in your offices or at home are rewarded by perhaps better quality coffee in your offices or at home. We are going to restart to showcase some of the experimentation and project-related work within the regulatory network. We're going to restart at exactly 4:45 Central European time. So have a good break. Back in half an hour. Thank you. So colleagues, welcome back. Hope you managed to find some refreshment. We're in our last session of today. Obviously, that doesn't mean it's over because we've got tomorrow as well. The last session is on European Medicines Regulatory Networks Initiative to Prepare for AI. The session will be chaired by Kim Berenguer. Also, we may be joined by Gabriel Westman, but he's having a connection issue, a human connection issue rather than a technical connection issue. I'll hand over straight to Kim. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to moderate this session, and since I believe that it's a very important work on how the regulatory network at EMA prepares the next years and how we adopt AI. In this session, we will have different presentations about different activities that are happening in the network and also at EMA that colleagues from the network and from EMA will present. And we will start with an overview of the regulatory interactions on AI and in the medicine's life cycle. We will go afterwards to a change management and training adoption on using AI. So we need to prepare on how the network and colleagues will start using all these technologies. And then also important is how we collaborate in the network and also in the agency community. So showing you and presenting you the different initiatives on collaboration that we believe moving forward are very welcome in this world of uncertainty of what will come next. And at the end, we will start experimenting because all of us, we know about this technology, but first we need to experiment and understand how it works. So the network and also EMA is preparing some experimentation, is doing some experimentation that we will present to you. So I would like to introduce the first participant in these sessions, Georg Sinzerling. Welcome. Georg is a senior statistical assessor at the Federal Institute for Drugs and Medicinal Devices from Germany. He's working at regulatory agencies since 2009, before in academia at the University Hospital as a statistician and researcher. So welcome, Georg, and the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks for the kind words. I have the pleasure to introduce an overview of regulatory interactions. And in addition to what the chair just said, I think it is worthwhile noting that I'm heavily involved in the working party system at EMA. So I have the perspective of the hands-on work in scientific advice, and I'm at Scientific Advice Working Party and Methodology Working Party. And next slide, please, for some disclaimer. This is not to be a complete overview, and it's not intended to be completely comprehensive. It will be more or less a quick tour. I will list contact points for regulatory interaction during the medicine's life cycle. But yeah, I will focus on regular procedures that can be requested by applicants, and many of the customers are industry and pharmaceutical companies, but that's not limited to this. We also have meetings with small tech companies and also academia. What is not explicitly covered in my presentation is marketing authorization applications and also regular post-approval action and pharmacovigilance. I'm sure that there are already artificial intelligence-based applications in procedures, but maybe of not that high impact. And I will finally present some emerging topics for enabling a discussion. And next slide. Right into it. There are different contact points at EMA to discuss artificial intelligence topics. And this is a list of contact points. I will not speak about Big Data Steering Group. I'm also at Big Data Steering Group. You are attending this relevant and exciting workshop. But there are also other contact points at EMA that will enable discussions on either products or complete developments. And these are, for instance, business pipeline meetings, innovation task force meetings. Then there is the CHMP-led qualification advice or qualification opinion. We have CHMP scientific advice and methodology working party is a contact point I already mentioned, and we will hear more on that. And we have included also quality innovation, the quality innovation group as a contact point, because also in the quality field there are exciting developments currently. Don't forget national competent authorities. These are also having innovation offices and offer national scientific advice and have dedicated specialized working groups on specific topics. Next slide. I want to divide the contact points in two categories. One is the opportunity to have regular procedures requested by applicants. And these can, as mentioned, be broad development issues that would be channeled to business pipeline meetings. There could be early innovations that would be discussed at innovation task force meetings. There could be methods developed for the common good, and this is usually handled by qualification advice and qualification opinions. And I will give an overview of that field in a minute. And everything else which is product specific would likely be channeled to scientific advice. And then as a second cluster, there are non-regular meetings with specific groups that would be convened by demand. And you are attending a Big Data Steering Group meeting here. So this is one option to have discussions on specific points of interest or broader development for the next future. But also other working parties in the system offer on-demand contacts, and this could be, for instance, methodology working party and the quality innovation group. And I will mention these in the last part of my presentation. Let's look at contact points in more detail. Next slide. I mentioned business pipeline meetings, and the key words here are that these are intended for highlighting issues for future submissions of usually pharmaceutical industry. They are about scientific expertise that is needed in future and potentially also need for guidance. It's intended to identify bottlenecks that might be relevant in future, and of course, there should be a discussion possible about new technology and intercept of challenges with new approaches. Next slide. Then we have another level of interaction that is offered by the Innovation Task Force. It's intended for early informal dialogue with opinion leaders, for instance. It's open to any applicant, so it's open for academia, SMEs, large pharma companies, and also for consortia that are built by stakeholders from different areas. It's more or less an open discussion style meeting, so that should enable also discussion about new methodologies and should support innovative drug development. Next slide. Now is about the maybe further development when already more than an initial discussion is requested. CHMP qualification advice is on strategy and protocols for further development for a methodology that is intended for a potential future qualification by the agency. And it is based on the review of scientific rationale and preliminary data. It is very useful and intended for early and iterative interactions, so we can discuss plans already in early phases of development. It's usually confidential, and if the approach proposed is promising, there might be a letter of support published by EMA. And you would find a list of letters of support on the EMA website. The next step is on the next slide. If this development, which could be discussed in qualification advice, is in a stage that based on assessment of submitted data, a qualification opinion could be issued, then this would usually refer to a well-defined context of use of the proposed method and is to be used maybe not by only the applicant and a single sponsor or consortium, but is intended to be used as a common good by other researchers or pharma companies. And usually this is, if finally qualified, published for public consultation phase of different length and should ensure a scrutiny and input from the scientific community. And the procedural route for these kind of applications is not completely fixed. It depends on the complexity and also need for refining and further data maybe. Next slide. Finally, for the regulatory regular interactions, we have the opportunity to provide scientific advice. This is usually related to development of specific products and is usually obtained by one sponsor. It can be in each phase of the development, also on plans. And as already mentioned for the qualifications, this can also be early and in an iterative manner so that interactions on plans are an option. And of course, scientific advice is also on a confidential basis. And next slide. I want to provide some details on the qualifications, because this is of specific importance for tools that might use artificial intelligence. And it's important to note that this is already part of the regulatory science strategy to 2025 by EMA. So it's planned to enhance early engagement with stakeholders and industry on developers of new technology and new biomarkers. And it should also support the development of robust digital endpoints. That's explicitly mentioned, but also other topics could be imagined for these procedures. Next slide. Maybe to note that we recently had a workshop on qualifications to shape this for the future. You will find material on the EMA website on topics that were discussed. And there are also examples that were presented in more detail for the application of artificial intelligence technology. So an interesting read. Next slide. Maybe to give some flavor of the numbers involved for the qualifications in recent years, we dealt with a number of procedures of requests. But as you also see, the final qualification opinions that finally qualify a method are still more limited than the increasing numbers of requests. So there's room for future qualifying more methods in the near future, because parts of these requests were on plans and we expect an outcome from that. Next slide. Maybe to give some keywords of the methods and technology that were discussed in the last years. And these will also relate to artificial intelligence tools. I come back to that in a minute. We had discussions about new clinical outcome assessments, new digital tools that are related to imaging. We had, of course, biomarkers in the broad sense, but this could also be a digital biomarker. We discussed new statistical methodologies, also with AI content, and we had discussions about developments of advanced therapy medicinal products. So very broad, but also relevant for the audience here. Next slide. If you want a read about the remit of EMA in qualifications and qualifying these tools, there is a document where you can find also recommendations if you are interested in this route of interaction with EMA. Next slide. Now, I already outlined that I want to give some flavor of emerging topics that came out of either ITF and business pipeline meetings, and also the different ways of getting advice. And there is a list of topics where artificial intelligence is involved. And this is only a generic list, and I will not read every bullet point here, but it's to give an impression of what is in pipelines, and there is almost always already a publication on the tools intended for development. We had tools that aim for selection of patients based on risk progression predictions by an artificial intelligence model. We had, of course, assessments of tumor in terms of tumor volume, for instance, with artificial intelligence tools, so also an application to imaging. A number of developments are focusing on artificial intelligence models reading and classifying pathology biopsies. And these are intended to either replace human reads or give aid to pathologists. There's also a set of applications to classifications of genomics and proteomics data that could lead to targeted therapies. And there are some thoughts on doing patient ratings with artificial intelligence models that use interactions with patients during rating sessions or in a dedicated session that would give AI models that use sensor data to give ratings that then are correlated to existing clinical tools. Next slide. Also, a list of bullet points for the qualifications. I think I already mentioned the biopsy pathology application, and actually we have a letter of support for one of the qualifications that are still in the development stage. There is the application to outcome predictions by prognostic scores for adjustment in clinical trial analysis. And this could also involve artificial intelligence. Again, biopsy pathology reading for classification, for generating a diagnostic score that is then used in clinical trials. We discussed about endpoints with events that are either rated by artificial intelligence models or created by artificial intelligence models. And of course, we have a number of applications that deal with endpoints that are derived from device data. Devices can be worn devices by patients that capture data in real life and create endpoints from that are then compared to existing clinical endpoints and clinical tools. And next slide shows what is in scientific advice, and I will not read every bullet point here because biopsy pathology reading is occurring in several flavors here. Also, application to hematologic conditions are an example where this is applied to lab data and also molecular data. Maybe to note that some tools are focusing on data mining in electronic health records to generate a specific set of control data for use in comparisons. and also very briefly mentioning machine learning approaches in Bayesian analysis and also approaches that would use predictions from artificial intelligence models. And the term digital twins is used in many different areas in a different way. So that may need some refinement. And yeah, this is concluding the presentation on the regular interactions. Next slide is on
Jörg, just keeping time in mind,
yeah.
2 last minutes.
Yeah, I try to be quick. Next slide. Yeah, I will only speak briefly to that. I think we will have the opportunity to discuss about this tomorrow in context of the reflection paper for artificial intelligence. There are, of course, several topics which occur in the discussion regularly, and these are secular trends that are relevant for performance evaluation. We already touched upon transparency in questions today. The need of prospective validation is addressed in the reflection paper, and of course, generalizability of models is of specific importance in regulatory context. And also broad topics, model deployment and lifecycle management of artificial intelligence models needs further discussion. And I hope that we will come, and this is on the next slide, to this tomorrow. We have a dedicated presentation and discussion session on that. And finally, briefly, maybe a minute for each contact point. I should mention the next slide. The methodology working party, which is in a way responsible for the artificial intelligence reflection paper. And this is a group that is currently building expertise in the network by onboarding experts to the European specialized expert community across national competent authorities, but also including academia, and should in the future enable regular interactions with this expert community. There will be knowledge building by training and sharing learnings, and this group also gives operational support to other committees and working parties. And not the last, next slide, not the least important contact point, because this covers now the important field of quality. The Quality Innovation Group is currently dealing with application of digital novel technologies to GMP and manufacturing. And the topics covered, and this is also part of the work plan, applications of artificial intelligence algorithms substituting conventional algorithms in applications, the application to process modeling at pharmaceutical development stage, we learned about that already, and also to use of artificial intelligence in control processes, for instance, in models for continuous manufacturing. There were some recent interactions, meeting with academia, with FDA, and my last slide is on emerging topics from this discussion. There was the need to define the terminology, and I think we will touch upon that in further discussions, also on terms in the reflection paper. And the questions are, which applications of artificial intelligence can be authorized as part of the dossier and which can be addressed with pharmaceutical quality system. This may be also a risk-based approach and how to approach lifecycle management. And with this, I conclude my presentation and thank you for your attention for this quick tour.
Thank you, Jörg. You leave us with a lot of open questions, so probably we will discuss them afterwards, but thank you for your intervention. And as you can see, colleagues, there will be a lot of AI activities in our daily basis, and so we need to be prepared and see how to deal with them. So the next topic in the session is about change management. It's training and upskilling in the European network, and I'm the pleasure to welcome to the stage Esther Martinez and Marianne van Herst. Esther is the EU Network Training Center lead, which is part of the Digital Business Transformation Task Force. She started at EMA in 2018, and before that, she was in the area of GMP inspections, leading a number of projects at the agency. And Marianne van Herst is a learning expert working on training strategy, design and delivery for the UNTC, and also she's also leading the Digital Academy project at EMA, that it encourages the development of digital awareness and skills at EMA and in the network. So welcome, and the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Kim, and good afternoon to everyone in the audience today in the meeting room, and also to those connected online. So today, if I can have the next slide, please. Today, we would like to talk about the importance of upskilling in the EU regulatory network, in particular in the area of artificial intelligence, how we achieve that by the means of our EU Network Training Center, and how we have been supporting the development of digital skills via our Digital Academy. Next slide, please. So upskilling the European regulatory network in general, and in particular in the area of artificial intelligence, is important. Why is important? Well, on the one hand, we have had 3 key strategic initiatives that have all produced recommendations on leveraging artificial intelligence and new digital technologies. And these 3 key strategic initiatives are the European Medicines Agency's Network Strategy to 2025, the EMA's Regulatory Science Strategy to 2025, and the joint HMA-EMA Big Data Task Force. The work that the Big Data Task Force has been doing includes a workshop that took place a couple of years ago on artificial intelligence in April 2021, where stakeholders were asked to highlight the top priorities in this area. And one of those 3 top priorities was actually the upskilling of EMA and the EU regulatory network. But more importantly, we have seen, as we have heard today, that artificial intelligence is already part of our society. It's more and more widely used in the healthcare sector. We've heard from preclinical development to pharmacovigilance. Therefore, we, as regulators, we have the duty to keep up with AI developments and ensure that we have the necessary skills so that we can fulfill our responsibilities in medicines regulation. Next slide, please. So I mentioned earlier that we have the means to achieve that, to upskill the network, and this is through the EU Network Training Center. So the Network Training Center is a joint HMA-EMA initiative that was set up back in 2014, so actually almost 10 years ago. And one of the main objectives of this Network Training Center is to contribute to providing continuous professional development for staff in the national competent authorities involved in medicines regulation. The idea is very much to have a network that provides training for them, for the network, by the network. But that doesn't mean that if there are areas where we feel we need to bring in external expertise, that we cannot do so. Traditionally, the Network Training Center has been focusing very much on training the network on regulatory and scientific topics. But since 2020, the EU Network Training Center, the core team at EMA, which is responsible for coordinating UNTC-related activities on behalf of EMA, has been sitting in the Digital Business Transformation Task Force. And with that, we have expanded our training offer to also cover digital topics. If I can have the next slide, please. So what the UNTC does is it's acting as a hub to support the learning ecosystem of the network. And this learning ecosystem is underpinned by 5 key elements. So starting with the one at the top, the culture, we have very much a culture of collaborating together. We learn from each other and we collaborate to upskill ourselves. But this is not just a random of activities that happened on an ad hoc basis. This is all supported by a strategy, which is very clearly defined, and which is the UNTC Strategy and Development, Learning and Development Strategy to 2025. Apart from the culture and the strategy, we also have the people. We need the people, not only those who need to be trained, of course, the trainees, but also those who are experts and can provide training. And we have that as part of our regulatory network. We also have the technology, the system, the digital platform to facilitate this exchange of training. And we have that in what we call our UNTC Learning Management System. And last but not least, we need the content. And as I was saying earlier, traditionally, we were focusing on scientific and regulatory topics, but over the last few years, AI, artificial intelligence, has become a topic very much under the radar of the UNTC. And this is illustrated by the fact that there is a data science curriculum that is being put together with an artificial intelligence module that will be coming up soon. But also in the fact that we have developed the Digital Academy, which includes an introductory module on AI. And with that, and to tell you more about the Digital Academy, I give the floor to Marianne.
Thank you very much, Esther. Thanks very much. I just wanted to give you a very quick flavor of what we've been doing with the Digital Academy as an illustration of the ways in which we leverage the model of the UNTC to develop new types of content. So, as Esther has said, there's a strategic push for us all to develop our digital skills, not just AI, but digital skills in general. And we collaborated with our stakeholders, both within EMA and in the network, to understand what the digital needs are in the NCAs and what are those skills that we need to develop. And based on that, we came up with a digital skills framework that provides the structure and the scope of the Digital Academy's focus. And what we wanted to do is we wanted to, as a first phase of the Digital Academy, focus on creating awareness and literacy around these topics. So you cannot build a skill unless you are first aware of what that skill is and what it does. And that is really what we have been focusing on this year. As you can see, one of the topics in our first pillar is AI. And so I wanted to just show you a little bit what we have developed in the context of AI. In the next slide, please. So we have developed an initial introductory module and with our 2 topic leads, Kim and Luis, and they have created a very short introduction to AI, low threshold for everybody to understand what it is and what it can do for us. And it's rich in illustrations and examples to really translate it to the level of what we do within the network. And with that, we've also provided a collection of learning resources, which are curated by our topic leads, which we can continuously refresh and update and grow. That is the work that is, and we've also, sorry, I forgot to mention, we also had an event last month, the AI Lunchtime Talk, where we invited our network colleagues, as well as EMA colleagues, to discuss the topic of AI a bit further. And what we are wanting to do upcoming in our next phase is really to leverage that work done. So to continue the conversation, to listen to the individual needs of the NCAs, and to together develop content that allows for further upskilling and for further translation and illustration, so that people, so again, to make it really tangible and to allow our colleagues to better navigate our digitized environment. So with that, I hope I was able to give you a little bit of a flavor of what's ongoing together with Esther, and we would be very happy to take any questions at the end.
Thank you, Esther and Marianne, for such a great presentation. And just to mention that, yeah, I believe that change management and training is a key element of any success for implementing any type of technology. So I hope you like the presentation and all the initiatives that EMA and the network are doing to meet the expectations. The next topic, it's about collaborations. So we have been discussing that already in the first session, and it's to build communities to extract greater value from AI. And our colleague presenting this topic is Pier Paolo Moscariello. Pier Paolo is a biotechnologist by training. He holds a PhD in biology from Mainz University in Germany, and he has worked as a senior postdoc at the Max Planck Institute for Polymer Research in Germany on projects to address biomedical challenges, writing biology and material science. He joined recently EMA in January 2023 and as a scientific expert in the Regulatory Science and Innovation Task Force. So welcome, Pier Paolo, and the stage is yours.
So thank you, Kim, for the nice introduction, and good afternoon. Next slide, please. Okay. I have the feeling that one of the keywords of today's event should be, or it is, network. And as it was mentioned, I started my professional journey working in the field of neuroscience. And actually on the left, you can see a picture, a microscopy picture of a primary neuronal culture, which I took a few years ago. And this shows somehow a network that connects brain cells in an in vitro system. So when you see neuronal cells in an in vitro culture, what you see at the first day, you will see that the cells are isolated and they look like little bubbles. Then at day 2 and at day 3, they start to shape, and somehow you start to see some little tails. These tails somehow expands over time, and then at day 7 you start to see a built network, and that's the moment when you start to see a system which is working. So you start to see electrical activity, and you also start to see the synaptic plasticity. And actually, I'm saying this because artificial intelligence somehow took strong inspiration from these processes, which it means if we think about, for instance, the artificial neural networks that have been discussed also before, we see that all the pillars of somehow machine learnings and deep learnings has been based and tried to mimic this concept of the synaptic plasticity. And also in this picture, actually, we don't have a proper neural network, but I chose this picture because it still shows that everything which is somehow based on artificial intelligence is based also on the concept of connectivity, on extracting data, ingesting data, processing them, connecting them, and provide somehow relevant outcomes. So this is the network, and the key message of, let's say, all this story is that an efficient system does not work in isolation. So how does this apply to us as European Medicines Agency? It's the same story somehow. We learned that a regulatory system does not work in isolation. So we had to build our own networks to somehow explore the opportunities and the challenges and the complexity of artificial intelligence. Next slide. So here I somehow chose a way to very simplified way to depict our network, and as before it was also mentioned, there were a number of driving forces, such as the Regulatory Science Strategy to 2025, which had the goal to future-proof the agency and somehow to keep pace with innovation, including artificial intelligence. And this led, for instance, to the formation of the AI Coordination Group. The AI Coordination Group promotes AI oversight and an harmonized approach towards artificial intelligence. And is also somehow a fast-growing interaction, it's a sort of synaptic plasticity. And we see the representation in the AI Coordination Group from throughout the agencies and also beyond the agency. And all this collaboration, the AI Coordination Group in general, has also, how does AI oversight promotes collaboration, and also it has the final goal somehow then to improve the regulatory system, so with guidelines and good practice. Next slide. Then we have seen already, for instance, that within the methodology domain, we had tried to build AI expertise. So the methodology working party and the methodology European specialized expert community brought together experts on artificial intelligence for engagement and knowledge sharing within the EU regulatory network. And then one of the key outputs, as you might have heard many times today, was of course the draft reflection paper on the use of artificial intelligence in the medicinal product lifecycle, and you will hear tomorrow more about it. It's published and is open for public consultation until the 31st of December. And also the methodology working party has a revised work plan for 2024, which also includes focus areas on, for instance, the use of AI in the clinical development and pharmacovigilance. Next slide, please. Then if we go a bit, let's say, after the borders of the EMA and somehow our procedure, we also have seen, and this was actually an initiative which was started by EFSA in the 2018, that then somehow crystallized in the 2019 in the AI virtual community, which was meant to join forces, EU forces on artificial intelligence, and included all the European Union agency, and it has the objective to foster knowledge, learning, and best practice sharing on artificial intelligence, to leverage the EU network, to develop and share common initiative, experiences, and projects. Of course, ensuring continuous interactions and content sharing. Next slide. Then here we go even broader, even outside, let's say, the European Union borders, and we can see that there are a set and a number of collaborations on a global level, for instance, especially in the field of pharmacovigilance, because pharmacovigilance, as we heard, it's an area which is strongly impacted by artificial intelligence. So there is the SIOMS working group, which was formed in the 2022, and it has the objective to produce a report that provides a framework for critical appraisal, implementation, maintenance of AI solution for pharmacovigilance, and includes a number of expertise which go beyond regulators, and it also includes industry, research organization, academia, WHO. And recently, actually in October, there was the kickoff meeting of a new FDA EMA cluster on AI in pharmacovigilance, which has the goal to exchange and create and explore alignment on policies, guidance, and regulation for AI. Next slide. So I want to close with this last, let's say, initiative and collaboration and network which was formed, and it was within the ICMA, so International Coalition of Medicines Regulatory Authorities, which have worked on an horizon scanning exercise. So for horizon scanning, we mean trying to fish out and bring up what is under the surface in terms of new innovative technologies and related challenges. And what it has been done in this horizon scanning, so two hypothetical case studies were developed to somehow stress test the existing regulatory framework on artificial intelligence. And then the result was, of the report, a set of recommendations to help regulators to address challenges related to the use of AI. And I want to say that actually this activity is, let's say, crystallizes by a set and the number of initiatives that we do internally on regulatory science and innovation at the EMA. Some were mentioned: Innovation Task Force, Business Pipeline, the support of the SME office, for instance, to developers. And this is also our ways not to just create communities, but also to engage with all the communities that have hands-on artificial intelligence processes. And this is our way also. We are also involved, for instance, in public-private partnerships and a lot of research fundings, and we have strong discussion with DGRTD on what's going on in the field of innovative technologies, including AI. Next slide. So I want to conclude to thank the network actually of people, because network was the keywords, who worked and supported me to populate this presentation. And I also want to mention that mine was just an overview of some of the activities which are ongoing, but there are many others which are directly or indirectly related to AI. And there will be more, because this is exactly synaptic plasticity, so a dynamic and an adaptive environment. And some of these new communities, maybe you will hear them during, let's say, the work plan discussion on Tuesday. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pier Paolo, for the presentation. Thank you for all the overview of all the collaborations that we have internally at EMA and also externally, because we believe that the communication is key as well for the success of implementing this technology and other activities. And moving on, we have the next topic in the session. It's about experimentation. I'm very happy to start this discussion because I like a lot to work and to get dirty when experimenting with technologies. And we have here with us Jasper that will introduce the NCA experimentation, some initiatives that are ongoing in the network and that will be presented today. And afterwards, we will have colleagues from EMA to present the innovation, how we work in innovation and also experimentation on AI at EMA. So Jasper, I believe you know him. He is the head of the Data Analytics Center at the Danish Medicine Agency since 2020 and HMA co-lead for the Big Data Steering Group since 2021. So Jasper, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. And thank you to allow me to present on behalf of the network here, and then I can hand over to our good colleagues at EMA to give the totality of experimentation that we do in the regulatory network. We recently had a meeting around this topic in the Big Data Steering Group, and what you're going to see today is really just a small fraction of what we actually shared in a very intense session of 70 minutes, 5 minutes each per use case, but we'll get to that. Next slide, please. So the thinking about the AI work in the network really came to the surface first time back in 2021 following our workshop on AI, and really led to a work what we call the Cluster of Excellence discussion paper, talking about what does it actually take to build these competences and build data analytics and the use of AI in particular, and really call out the initial work at the NCAs and the interest for NCAs to connect and learn from each other. And we had mutual presentations in the autumn of 21 at the Big Data Steering Group meetings, and then with a public release of this discussion paper in April 2022. Now, not a whole lot of stuff can be read from that, but it's really just the first seed we planted around how to really do this in an otherwise very traditional regulatory setting, I would argue. Next slide, please. So what we actually did at this recent Big Data Steering Group meeting was that we had a call out to the entire network and our colleagues here at the EMA to come with presentations of a maximum of 5 minutes. And you'll see the layout of these presentations in a bit. Within 3 weeks, we actually had more than 12 cases presented to us. I think we were probably close to 20, and we had to limit ourselves. But we had them across the entire regulatory network, from Spain, from Denmark, from the EMA, from Belgium, Finland, Netherlands, Sweden, and Germany, just to highlight a few. And this is not the exhaustive list, because there were other non-regulatory presentations in there, including some from academia that obviously were relevant to our field. Next slide, please. So just the first one here, and Valerie, sorry, this is actually an animated slide, so you can go through until you see one with some hypothesis and signaling in this one, and then we're there. The first case I wanted to share with you is the Danish one. We basically initiated back in 2020, but it took some while to get it off the ground. The thinking is here, what can we actually do in pharmacovigilance if we would have real-time data access and it would apply artificial intelligence to that? Trying to think about to apply AI to all of the data we have from both electronic health records, the registries, the general practitioners. We could really foresee that we could actually enable a near real-time surveillance with signaling and hypothesis generation in a very, very different way than we do today. Next slide, please. And so what we actually did was that we did go out to get all of the data from the registries. We have that on a supercomputer. We have 2 of the 5 Danish regions' electronic health record data on the same supercomputer. We have now a dialogue with the GPs in Denmark to get all of the data flowing through a data warehouse they have created. And obviously we have our own ICSR in-house. All of that transferred via FHIR data standards to our National Genome Center high-performance computer infrastructure. COVID-19 is still the case because there's a lot of really understood situations in that data we could apply. It's something where we bring together a range of multi-stakeholders to actually solve this problem. We can't do it alone. So it's the AI Pioneer Center, University of Copenhagen, is the hospital in the Copenhagen capital region, Danish Medicines Agency, Statens Serum Institute in Denmark that actually has the authority within infectious diseases, and then Southern Danish University with renowned pharmacoepidemiologists like Jesper Hallas and Anton Pottergaard, and then Trifor could build the infrastructure of some of the Danish digital data exchanges, so also public-private partnership, and even more importantly, collaboratively with Danish patients as we take their data and we apply AI to it, we actually put them in the center of this design. Funded by the Innovation Fund Denmark on the Grant Solution Scheme for 3 years. We may take 4 years to actually do it. Technology that we apply now, because we are learning along the way, is some NLP, but also with transformers and based on BERT, like we have seen previously. I'll just show in a bit what it actually does to us in our work on this. But we look at this as a medical history is being transformed into a timeline, or basically a sentence. So the example you see below is how we could actually input the data, enrich that with some other variables. But we saw the same from Gerard earlier, that you look at a chemical compound as a text string. Here we look at it as a narrative to learn our large language model, basically exactly that. Next slide, please. Back in the early days, and you can see that here with the clear lines in the orange shades, that we actually had a publication in Nature around the predictive capabilities on the electronic health record data on random forest methods applied. We're actually doing fairly well, but we're actually improving. If you see the shaded bars here, the ability to predict whether people get admitted to hospital, whether they need ventilation, whether they, unfortunately, some of them will die. We're actually improving that predictive capability quite rapidly with a large language model versus the random forest method. Still something to do on the accuracy on this, but that's still work to be done. Next slide, please. And like I said, this is still preliminary. We're getting to the point that we actually do start to create some final models around this based on NLP, full automatic feature generation engineering now by a computer scientist at the AI Pioneer Center. It really beats the handcrafted feature engineering we did back then. And it can function as a feature extractor, so we can actually learn from it. That's a different angle to explainable AI. But we are still very, very considerate around the experiments that we are executing. There are many directions to be explored in years to come, and it's still far from a clinical setting, but I hope we'll eventually get there. Next slide, please, because I've now also had the privilege to talk about examples that were shared at the meeting from Paul Ehrlich Institute as well, just to give you a few flavors of the other presentations. It will not be 3 approaches, but only 2 of them for the interest of time. But here's some of the work that is being done at the Paul Ehrlich Institute in Germany on this. Next slide, please. So a reality here is really to work on the identification of adverse drug reactions in a situation where you actually have paper-based data. So really you need to do the OCR. You need to find a way to actually read that with optical character recognition, and then obviously try to learn from that and translate that into real text, which is really what they've done here. And they're actually showing some, I think, reasonable good results in position and recall and F1 scores out of this data alone. Anyone who's working in this space on the ICSR and automation and AI will know this is not straightforward. Small data sets, very specific terms. I was really, really impressed by the veterinary data we saw earlier today, because that is obviously far outperforming what we're seeing here in the human domain. But I mean, definitely something here where there's a different problem situation, but it's actually being dealt with by a regulatory authority trying to solve it with an innovative and experimental approach of digitalizing paper-based data. Next slide, please. And the next one I wanted to share with you, also from Paul Ehrlich Institute, is the ability to apply some of these basically leave one out, AI classification models to some of the situation they're dealing with in their everyday work. Detection of novel rare virus species in blood plasma, where their approach is really here to learn from the data they have, do the alignment, realize there's certain genetic elements sticking out, and they actually have a mechanism to identify that, and also, as you can see on both precision and recall on the results, getting very close to one. Actually doing this fairly well. And it really speaks to that we are, as regulators, also looking into how the use of AI can actually support the way we operate here also in the lab, so that actually accelerates our way of working. So really also here, automated pipeline approach, really trying to digitalize our processes. Next slide, please. And here I have the pleasure to also present examples from the Swedish Medicinal Product Agency, the MPA. And next slide, please. Gabriel Westman actually came with a range of examples here because they're also really busy and reaching out for collaboration from the Swedish agency. And there are a number of use cases they have developed and they are sharing and publicly also communicating about. Here I want to just highlight the mRecon as one of the examples we can take a look at today. Other than that, they're actually providing infrastructure and collaboration across the network, and also very, very diligent in collaborating in the ESSEX we just heard about on the Methodology Working Party. Next slide, please. What they've done here is really they've gone about to do a semantic matching between documents that we know as regulators, our own guidelines, but also that any dossier or any other kind of document we're working with, trying to create a vector-based version of these set of documents to see, could we actually get to support more junior regulatory colleagues with the understanding about this dossier would actually require these guidelines to be considered, because we can actually see that from the text. And they've actually really successfully created a method here that can tell you what guidelines are applicable to a dossier they receive. And as I stated here, this is really valuable for new assessors. I've had to redact the example here because we actually had the specific dossier discussed at the Big Data Steering Group, but I can't disclose that, I think. But you get a feeling for that the method can actually identify the appropriate guidelines and highlight that to those who are actually reading through the dossier and evaluating, so they get some additional support. This is only just scratching the surface of this, really. We can only start to imagine what is the next iteration of this experiment. Next slide, please. And just to show a little bit about what they do in this process, more technical, but they really bite some of these documents, kind of reverse engineering what you get in a large language model. You kind of break it into the elements of where you start to talk about vectors and how the different words and sentences actually align into what is in the guidelines, matched against what is being required in the dossier or being talked about in the dossier in these vector approaches. So it's not guessing the next word, it's really breaking it down to the dimensionality of the words we have in these chunks and these text embeddings, so we can actually match on a very different scale between the documents. Next slide, please. And I think that's probably where I would like to end with some of these examples. Like I said, there was a range of them, a long range of activities. We can't share all here today. And a lot of these are really collaborative and they are seeking to be. And I think I'd really like to just highlight that also things mentioned or things ongoing that wasn't mentioned here that really embrace some of the Horizon Europe innovative health initiatives. There are other authorities in the European setting I didn't mention, like Infomed in Portugal and BfArM in Germany, that are involved in some of these projects, also looking into the use of AI. And some of them in public-private partnerships, like the MEB is in the More Europa project as one example, and others can be mentioned. And many of these types of machine learning and use machine learning and AI, also large language models in cloud and open source settings. So there's a bit here where we try to step away from not necessarily only having to use commercial solutions, but really build our own and really share that, and if we can, in cloud-based solutions. And then I would just like to reiterate what was mentioned earlier as well, that the AI work plan is one element to support this once we get to look into that in further details tomorrow. And the Methodology Working Party, ESSEC, is really where a lot of these regulatory collaborations do come together for knowledge sharing and for really just collaborating around these projects. So I'll probably leave it at that for now and hand it over to my good colleagues at the EMA for their experimentation.
Thank you, Jasper, for the presentation. Moving on, and our next colleagues in the next session will be to present EMA experimentation and how EMA as well works in the innovation area. So I have the pleasure to present my colleague, Anne-Marie, that she is here with us, and also Jakob, that is online. Anne-Marie co-leads the Digital Innovation Lab in the Digital Business Transformation Task Force, bringing 16 years of experience on EMA business processes to the team. She has held several positions at EMA in the evaluation of human medicines, so it's something that we very welcome in the team, because this is needed to understand the business and perspective from that area while we implement new technologies. And Jakob Hasiet, that is online, is a data scientist with 5 years of experience, having background in data analytics and big data. He joined in 2020 and previously working for multiple public health institutions in Poland. So welcome, both of us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Colleagues, yeah, next slide, please. All right, I wanted to share with you our journey into digital innovation, and that started in 2020 when the EMA Executive Board endorsed the creation of a digital innovation lab at the agency. And the Digital Innovation Lab, the goal of Digital Innovation Lab was to accelerate digital innovation and experimentation at the agency. And what is digital innovation? So at the agency, we thought we need to come up with a definition that is focusing on business needs. So for us, it's the process of identifying business needs and to look for opportunities to turn these into concrete ideas. And here we want to look at leveraging new technologies, but also new ways of working. So these go hand in hand. So we want to leverage novel digital technologies and artificial intelligence with the goal to support increase of efficiencies and regulatory decision making, which in turn would help the EMA, but also the network to deliver its joint strategy. The Digital Innovation Lab resides in the Digital Business Transformation Task Force, which is outside our general IT department, but works in very close collaboration with the IT department. So next slide, please. So what do we do in the Digital Innovation Lab? We have 4 services, and maybe Valerie, you can click 3 more times, that at least they're on the screen here. Yeah, thank you. So the first service is to exploit novel technologies. And one example is we brought virtual reality to the agency. Another example is, for instance, QR codes. And we're now rolling out, or piloting at the moment, the use of QR codes in digital business cards. Another example is we focus on automation, and we apply process analytics and artificial intelligence. And examples here is a chatbot. You may have seen on our external website, we have a chatbot if you look for information on traineeships. We also use it to automate document and image processing. We have so many invoices of many suppliers, and we read them now automatically with use of novel technology, and we upload that information. Another service is horizon scanning. We're always on the lookout for new tools and technologies and identify these new technologies as potential solutions to address our business needs. Examples here is Power Automate, Power Platform, Viva Insights, and we make best use of OpenAI services provided to us through Microsoft. But all of this also requires redesign. It requires redesign and optimization of processes. And that's also an activity that DigiLab takes care of. Next slide, please. In DigiLab, we have designed this beautiful process that you see here on slide. And the DigiLab has been established also to collect ideas. So digital innovation means collecting also ideas across the entire agency and prioritize them, make a business case for them, and bring them to the attention of the management. And we have a digital acceleration leadership team at the agency, which consists of senior managers. And the DigiLab will bring all these ideas prioritized in terms of what brings most value to our senior managers. And twice a year, they get a chance to endorse these. And then we start working on these ideas. So next slide, please. So here is our process, very lean, clean, and simple. Upstream, we focus on horizon scanning for new technologies and scanning for new ideas. And then it's a very simple process. When an ID is prioritized, we look and listen to our stakeholders, collecting business requirements. We solve, we co-create solutions with the business, and we prototype. We prototype before we develop. We want to know that it's desirable, that the solutions we develop are desirable. And then we pilot, and then eventually launch and scale. So next slide, please. All of this would not be possible with the close collaboration of many colleagues. And one group to mention here first is Analytics Center of Excellence, because you have these beautiful ideas, you can co-create solutions with the business, but you need a wide variety of competencies and skills. And here in the Analytics Center of Excellence, we have a group here at the Agency of Data Scientists who have experience and knowledge about artificial intelligence, robotics, machine learning, and they build pragmatic solutions and they experiment with these new technologies. Another group worth mentioning, separate from processes, but more on data, on healthcare data, is the Health Data Lab. They also use the same Digital Innovation Lab process and framework, but they focus on developing innovative analytics to extract information from healthcare data. And they want to provide answers and recommendations that help us make good regulatory decisions when it comes to, marketing authorizations or scientific information. And they maximize intelligence and want to make it available to you. All of this would not be possible with a good foundation. And the last group I want to mention here is the group of people in the Information Management Division that make available to us the data analytics tools and platforms. So the foundation for us to safely experiment with all these tools. Next slide, please. A little sneak into how we solve all our ideas. We need to get everybody into the creative phase, and this is just a picture to show you how we do these co-creation sessions with the business. How do you get somebody into a creative mood? You provide them with flashcards. You provide them with ideas of how companies like an Amazon, a Google, an Uber, how they use technologies to deliver innovative services. And then we start creating. So one more click, and we start designing. Yeah, we ask one more click. Everybody starts sketching, and that's what you get. People sketch their own solutions, how they think it would look like. They pitch it to each other, and then we turn it into low-fidelity wireframes. And that helps us to prioritize how a minimum viable product should look like. And then at the next slide, we design the to-be process. And when we keep on clicking, one more click, click, you will see that before we start building a solution, we design the solution in clickable wireframes, so the user gets already to see how it would look like before we even build anything. And then the next slide. When it's all validated by the business, we start actually developing to make sure that we have a solution that's desirable. And one more slide, because here I want to hand over to my colleague Jacob to actually give you concrete examples of what the EMA has been doing in the experimentation field. So I hand over to you, Jacob. Thank you.
Yes, exactly. Now I'll speak about a couple of projects.
Go ahead, Jacob.
Thank you. Yeah. So the first project I will speak about is Ask EMA, the automatic triage system developed by ACE team. So as you may know, EMA stakeholders, so patients, pharmaceutical industry, healthcare professionals, academia, other agencies at EU, have a possibility to send a question to EMA via a web template available at EMA's corporate website. In the previous workflow, each of the inquiry would be first manually scanned by colleagues at EMA, who would evaluate based on their experience whether the inquiry is a spam or not, and in case it is not a spam, what is the urgency of the inquiry, so-called risk level, and the main topic of the question. In order to facilitate and automate such a workflow, we have developed a system split into two parts. On the bottom left of the slide, you can see a program one, where based on the historic data, we have built multiple machine learning models for spam, risk level, and topic classifications of the inquiries received by EMA in the past. Models are being retrained on a weekly basis as the sample of the historic data gets bigger, and the parameters may be adjusted for the performance improvement. Program 2 of the system runs every 2 hours and uses the decision-making rules from the Program 1 for the automatic evaluation of the latest inquiries coming to EMA. We have also added a layer of automatic language detection and translation in case the questions are not in English, for the convenience of the colleagues who later prepare replies to those questions. And in case of lack of the expected certainty to identify the topic, request will be assigned to a manual triage. And as a next step of the project, we have already started to investigate the possibility of adding the generative AI component, not only to classify the inquiries, but also to support the automatic creation of replies to the questions from the stakeholders that later would be validated by the colleagues at EMA before being sent back to the stakeholders. Next slide, please. Second project I would like to talk about is the speech-to-text application developed in the ACE team. So the objective of the project was to experiment and to understand the voice recognition technology and to implement it at EMA by developing a user-friendly application given different use cases and limitations identified. So the approach of the project was to first build the Flask application that will be deployed to the server, the Posit Connect server at EMA, that is using, so the application is using multiple resources from the Microsoft Azure AI Analytics and custom. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. So the application is using multiple components from the AI Microsoft Azure, such as speech-to-text, translator, text analytics, and custom speech model. Additionally, we are also using the OpenAI solution to help with generating the summary of the content translated and transcribed in the application. Here, I would like to underline the importance of the custom speech model, which we have developed in this application. Thanks to that model, we are able to correctly recognize particular terms related to the EMA core business, such as names of medicinal products, names of EMA committees, names of diseases, which potentially would not be correctly recognized using the other tools available in the market. And what are the use cases of speech-to-text application? So first of all, it's about the transcription of the documents that later could be published in the EMA website in any of the formal EU language, from press briefings, workshops like today, or other public meetings. Secondly, we are able to generate the meeting notes, summarize the content using the generative AI, and the transcriptions from the internal meetings. Thirdly, we can generate summary reports with the full transcription in all of the official EU languages, translate it into any European language, get the most important sentences, key phrases, and entities info, both from the audio files and live recordings, and also other use cases. And as a next step in the application, we are already trying to expand the tool by adding the speech-to-speech functionality. Next slide, please. So the third project I would like to talk about is CDAR. CDAR is commercially confidential information data automatic recognition tool that is developed in the ACE team. So in the workflow before, marketing authorization holders would send the documents with the CCI text proposed for the redaction. Later, colleagues at EMA would manually search for those texts in multiple sources of information, such as EPAR documents, websites of regulatory authorities, scientific literature, clinical data publications, or by doing the Google search, to make sure that indeed the text search is not yet publicly available. As you can imagine, such a manual process is extremely slow and prone to overlooking of the particular redaction. To facilitate the process, the CDAR application has been developed. As you can see on the right side of the slide, it is possible to automatically upload the documents with the proposed CCI content. Later, the overview of the proposed redaction is being displayed for the user. Next, the automatic search in the public domain is being run. And finally, the review of the most relevant results found is displayed for the user. So what are the benefits of such an approach? So first of all, the automatic search in different sources. For now, it's mostly in EPAR documents. However, it's going to be expanded to other sources as well. We have improved results compared to the manual search. And finally, we have a radically faster process. And here, I would like to especially thank Mirka Vladikova and Natalia Garcia for their work on the application. Next slide, please. And the last project that I would like to speak about today is Scientific Explorer, which is a project developed in the collaboration between Strategic Platforms Department, especially Information Processing and Analytics Service, together with the Data Analytics Task Force. And the Scientific Explorer aims at creating one index containing structured information extracted from unstructured documents. As we all know, accessing knowledge stored in documents is difficult and time-consuming, especially as the volume of information accumulated in documents constantly continues to increase. Scientific Explorer is a knowledge mining solution that aims at making information stored in documents easily accessible. In this way, EMA and other NCA officers can ensure that previously generated regulatory knowledge is taken into account in new procedures. The approach followed in Scientific Explorer is to extract relevant information from free text, transition it from a multitude of unstructured documents into one structured index that later powers a search engine. In this context, the logic behind the information extraction is a key component of the tool. Multiple approaches for mining the knowledge from the documents have been investigated, such as pattern matching and named entity recognition. However, only with large language models, such as available by OpenAI, it was possible to extract targeted information hidden in complex scientific wording with a high level of detail and high precision and recall metrics, which you can see on the right screen of the slide. Next slide, please. And here I would like to thank you for your attention, and with special thanks to Zaida Fayaz, who is the head of the Digital Business Transformation Task Force at EMA, Peter Arlett, thank you, Peter, head of the Data Analytics Task Force, Hilmar Hammond, head of the Information Management Division, as well as Kim Berenger, ACE lead and digital co-lead from the TDT Task Force, Luis Pineiro, the senior epidemiology expert from the TDA Task Force, Achilleas Boutsas, platform architect from the ISP team, as well as Lorenzo De Angelis, platform analyst from the ISP IPA team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jakob. Thank you, Marie, and thank you, Jasper, to give us an overview of all the AI initiative and experimentations that we do at EMA and also in the network. At EMA and also in the network, we have been experimenting in the last years about AI. So it's now where we will go to a further step on using LLM. And I believe that the performance and the value of the outcomes of all these initiatives that we have in-house and also in the network will increase. So adding more quality and also augmenting us in terms of productivity and how we work with you and also here internally at EMA. So we gave you a bit of an overview of this experimentation. But there are many other projects that are in production and also ongoing here at EMA and also in different agencies. So thank you, colleagues. Now we will open the discussion for all those topics. Here with Natalia, my colleague that will support. We have seen in the chat a very active discussion that we will take afterwards. But we would like to start with here in the room, if there is any question or comment that you may have at this moment. Please raise your hand. So, okay. Please, Stephen. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Pike, Parexel. Really interesting to hear about the experimentation that's underway. And I guess sort of two questions related to that. One, could you describe the mechanism by which the sort of lessons learned through those experimentation in a sort of general sense feed through into the evaluation of submissions, which you then receive from sponsor companies? And sort of related to that, but in a broader context, is there a mechanism that might be feasible to share the lessons that you've been learning, particularly as you've been working with the foundational models? A few references to larger language models. It's something which has been with us and available for a relatively short period. All of those who are working in this area are sort of learning as they go, particularly in this context. And it would be certainly very helpful to hear your thoughts on the relative merits of each of them.
Thank you, Stephen. Any of the participants would like to address this question? Jasper, Marie, Jakob, or maybe other colleagues in the room that have been collaborating that are behind?
So in terms of learnings, we had a discussion in a different setting a week ago where we did actually encourage that the failures are the ones we should actually go out and talk more openly about, because where we end up at the end of this is just a good solution, hopefully, but all the failures along the way are important. So I think we're getting into that room and collaboratively and collectively actually embracing that. That's a new thing for regulators, I would argue. But let's share the mistakes in this experimentation phase. Right?
Yeah, just making a link as was hinted at. So I think tomorrow in the work plan we're going to go over ways of actually doing experimentation, but also collaborating to understand what we can get out of experimentation. Experimentation is a way of speeding up learning through a framework and trying to understand how we can use the technology, but also that will help us understand how we can regulate better. So I think there's a lot tomorrow that we can sort of discuss on that side of things. Thanks.
Pierpaolo, you would like to add anything about the collaboration and in the experimentation?
I think that most was covered, so yeah.
Okay, if I may add, so Stephen, because I'm involved as well in that field, in that area, in terms of experimentation, yeah, I believe that all of us, companies and CAs and EMA, we are experimenting with large language model. It's, as you said, recently, 1 year ago, appeared, and we need to understand the technology. I think we are not in the stage to say the production of solution, so in an experimentation phase, and we need to share what we are learning by failing maybe or by successing into using these models. And this is as well linked to Pierpaolo, is that the collaboration that we are building in the network, not only with NCAs, also with other agencies, because at the end, most of the usage or use cases that we have, we can be applied. You have seen in some of these experimentation of use cases that all it's about learning documents. Before we were discussing NLPs and OCR, now we are discussing how we apply LLM into this. So this will augment us, and I think the sharing of knowledge or the expertise, it's a key element for all of us to success and to provide what we are here. Thank you. Moving to our next question. Thomas, I saw your hand raised.
Yeah, thanks. Tom Brooklyn from Roche. Can I, like Stephen, get a 2-for-1 offer for 2 questions? So my first one was, first question was actually to Jesper. Jesper, thanks. Interesting update on the clusters of excellence paper and the work going on by the national competent authorities. You mentioned the Danish, the Swedish, and the Beat for Arm efforts in Germany. Just wondered what the extent of experimentation and interest in this space is across other national regulators, because your reference to the clusters of excellence paper reminded me there was a quote in there that mentioned around that not sort of at that time, and I think it was 2019, not every agency was interested in developing in that area. Just wondered, has that changed? Because that's 4 years ago, of course, and just, interested in your thoughts there.
So I think it must be referring to a different document, but it doesn't matter. We see an expansion, right? And I think in the cluster of excellence, we were 6 agencies coming together in 21, but that's actually grown since. So in the experimentation session we had at the Big Data Steering Group meeting, we also saw countries and national authorities come forward that had not come forward in the past, right? The list I had in there is not necessarily exhaustive. It's only what came forward in 3 weeks window. And I know there are other initiatives out there, right? So it's almost every single NCA that has an interest, because we can all appreciate we need to embrace it because it is the direction of travel, right?
Perfect, thanks. And sorry, I had a second question actually to Jörg. Thanks, firstly, it was a really comprehensive overview of the possible interactions and scientific advice options. I noted with interest you mentioned the Q&A on digital technologies, qualification of digital methodologies, and you mentioned that AI was, you kind of linked it with AI. I only ask because we'd had some discussions amongst industry colleagues and had noted that AI wasn't a definition or it wasn't mentioned in the paper. So I was just wondering, is it fair to assume then that the Q&A questions relate also to AI-related approaches?
Yeah, that Q&A relates more generally to digital health technology and uses more general terms. But any update to this document will definitely maybe also expand on this.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you both. Then any other question here in the room? Yep, Ine?
Yeah, thank you. It's Ines Kotheim-Rusten representing the University of Namur, and also been a regulator for the last 20 years, so sort of coming from that domain, but now in more research. And I was, thank you so much for the presentation. It was really nice to see, and particularly on the experimentation side of it also, and kind of the advances that you're making there. But I also wanted to kind of put that experimentation a bit in context with also what you presented, Jörg, on the emerging topics where AI models are being used, and particularly kind of the linking back to the discussion we had earlier today on kind of the credibility and the trustworthiness of the models, and that AI models isn't one thing, and there are many different sorts of models and methods, and how we kind of establish the credibility, understand the bias, the data, what's the impact of all of these aspects. And I thought it would be really nice to bring that back to what you actually see coming into the regulatory side, because kind of the applications that you mentioned are mainly sort of summarizing very briefly on patient selection, its outcome, sort of qualification or use of automated methods for scoring the outcomes. And kind of my thinking then is on benchmarking, because these are kind of things that we need to know from the regulatory side anyway. And we are using methods to end up with patient selection for trials, or for approving the label, or for the outcomes, and kind of this is really open for experimentation then, to see what are kind of the benchmarks set by the methods that we are already using, that maybe not are modeling methods. They could be other methods, but they can also be other quantitative methods, and try to see what are the standards that we have already today, where are the uncertainties in that, and what do we know, what do we don't know. Because if we kind of start looking at it from that angle, we can really bring together the two parts of what are the internal regulatory work process, and what are kind of the requirements that we set for the new AI methods. And they do open really new ways of working. If we go back to sort of looking at that, we can have real-time monitoring. It really maybe opens up for different requirements of the precision very early on. So, but now I'm talking really a lot, but I think this is really important, and to try to look across that, because there are so many open questions on the credibility that we set for the AI models. And this is where I really see some openings for working together from the industry side and from academia and from the regulatory side, to see where are we today and where can we go. So more a comment than a question, but yeah.
No, but let me try to address a little bit of that, because I think we are seeing different. I mean, one thing is Jörg gave an overview of how we're interacting with the ecosystem, not only the industry. But I think even more so, there are other initiatives where we see regulators stepping in together with academia and private companies on the IHI or in Horizon Europe. And we didn't go through the MedReal cluster today, which is an initiative under the Commission where we're looking at real-world data, digital twin, synthetic data, AI in a combination, and where there are a number of regulatory authorities involved in those projects. And I think that was the discussion we had last week. Let's be mindful about, we're not there to generate a new scientific insight result into anything with pharmacoepi. We're there to learn from the methods and also the failures from them, right? And share that openly, because it was discussed earlier with Occam's razor concept of let's find the simplest model to deal with the question. That's a good scientific approach. And I think let's not forget the good scientific approach in dealing with these methods as well. But we need some experimentation to find the fit for purpose match in areas where we've not tried that before. So I really encourage, we have a lot of experimentation. We utilize the ESSEC under the MWP to really discuss and kind of bring forward the learnings. So that kind of goes into reflection papers, guidelines, or what else not, because it's then based out of research, the guidelines we then develop from our own experimentation. And I really would like that we do more of that collaboratively. So inviting for that in future projects, right?
Thank you, Jasper and Ine. And if I may complement, yeah, I do agree with you as well. No, and also currently everyone is in a race to use LLM, no, and to show that we can apply LLM. But maybe that's not the approach, because we have previous methods and analytics that maybe are worthy to use, no, better performing and not giving this bias maybe. So also I believe that at this stage everyone is experimenting with LLM, but maybe we need to see what we have been done in the past as well, and how this can be improved using LLM. So we need to to see it differently. And I was in a conference and they were explaining that maybe an LLM system cannot sum numbers because they don't know about large numbers and how to sum them. But we need to teach the system how to make a function to make sums, and then the system will give us the correct answer. So we need to learn how to use all these systems. It's not about making a prompt and we get the answer. So all these experimentations will help us to understand how to apply this technology in all the spectrum of initiatives that we have.
Can I just make another compliment? Because I think your question is probably one of the more important ones actually that's come out today. So regulators are experimenting, pharmaceutical industries experimenting, everybody's experimenting. And your point was, because we've talked about qualification earlier with Jörg's presentation. Well, what about qualification of what the regulators are doing? I mean, I'm being direct. I've lived in the Netherlands a while now. I think the principles should apply wherever. And I think a risk-based or an impact-based approach should also apply wherever. So if we're talking about office assistance, can you help summarize the meeting minutes or whatever? Probably we don't have to have such a high threshold of, dare I say, in inverted commas, validation. But if we're talking about something that might change a core business process or scientific evaluation of the agency, for example, how we scrutinize safety reports in due-diligence, then we should have a very high bar. I give you an example from the days when we were just using statistical algorithms that weren't AI, and that was one of the very first EMA projects. It was called Protect, where we did very elaborate regulatory sciences, where we tested different statistical algorithms of looking at the safety database, and it was only based on the selection of on the results of those head-to-head comparisons that then went through pilots, that then they were hardwired into the system. I think, by the way, it's ripe for AI experimentation now, actually. But I just put it to you that if it's going to impact on public health, we need to put the bar very high for regulators, just like we do for industry. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just to comment back, but thank you for all the answers. It's really nice to hear. But I just wanted to emphasize that I really want to invite you to experiment more. And when you kind of coming back to the examples on the AI, when you get a method for qualification or being used within a procedure, why don't you experiment with that and go to the other methods that you see used within the regulatory system to see sort of, then you can be much more specific about what the uncertainties are on the methods that are already being used, and then sort of use that knowledge to guide more precisely into what you said. So that was just my point behind kind of all of these aspects. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you for encouraging us to experiment and use this technology. Very keen. So then let's move online. We have some questions. One is about the Digital Academy. Let me take that one. And it's about if the Digital Academy will be open to use, or it using learning cases from the industry to be used in the training models. Maybe Marianne, as a Digital Academy lead.
Yes. So sorry, Kim, the question is are we open to using industry case studies in the Digital Academy?
Yes, and also the Digital Academy per se.
And also excuse me?
The Digital Academy itself.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, two-pronged question. Yes. Currently, we're focusing on the network, and when we talk about training for other stakeholders, we definitely have to have wider discussions about that, and that would be a longer-term commitment. But it is very important for us to be able to give a realistic view of the situation. So when it comes to case studies for industry, I'm sure we'd be very interested in hearing about that. When it comes to opening up the Digital Academy, that would be a longer-term focus, or that's a discussion that needs to be held in a wider context and not right now. I hope that was a useful answer.
Yep, thank you, Marianne. Then next topic, there has been a discussion in the chat. Maybe I will invite Gerard, that has been very proactive in this discussion, sorry, to bring you in. But if you want to summarize or let us know what you have been discussing. Thank you.
No, there was just a direct question on the use of MCC. There was just a direct question on the use of MCC for classifiers, which I thought I'd give some comments on, because we've been using it in our lab, mainly to get an idea about comparison between regression data sets and/or classification data sets. But basically, I would support using it, and I would say just don't regress it to only a single metric. Use more than one.
Thank you, Gerard. Therefore, I believe that there are no many other questions. We have been also a discussion about synthetic data in the chat. You can follow that, but I'm not sure whether there is a direct or immediate question about that topic. If so, please raise your hand. In case we don't have any other question in the room and online, we can move on and close this session on experimentation, collaboration, training, change management, and also all the contact points that we have at EMA to address all your needs in terms of AI. So if you have any other question or remarks, we are here, so you can approach us directly. And I will give the floor to Jasper to conclude the day of today, and see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I've been told by Peter to do this brief, so let me try to disrupt that by doing something completely different. No, I'll be brief. I think we've had a really inspirational afternoon, although I can feel I'm getting to the point of being exhausted by now. I go back to think 2 years back when we had the last workshop, and I think this has actually changed quite a lot from the discussion we had back then. This is really becoming real. And it really goes with some of the examples we had that were far more filled with content, both from academia, from also industry with the observations. And I've come to appreciate that we probably have more drugs than we get stars in the universe. So none of us out of work despite of AI. Actually, that may be the way to actually deal with that. I've also learned that we seem to have to look to the vet area to understand a lot more about how to use AI for adverse drug reactions, because they're doing fantastic, obviously, and something there to learn. And then there's a wish list from industry. I really appreciate we got in a dialogue around that. So let's continue to have that. I'm really happy you came here to engage in that discussion with all of us. And I think also Thomas alluded in his presentation to what we had in the subsequent session about the landscape of the regulations we have. And I think we had a really good overview by Sarah Almeida around this topic with some good answers to those questions. A very important piece to be reminded about the global landscape from WHO. I read about the ageism in AI and started to realize I'll probably grow old with AI, so we probably all need to embrace that. But there's definitely a perspective here about how do we make sure we do a global ethics understanding, and how do we deal with that and listen to the WHO and the thinking there. And I think we are very keen to continue that. And then Elizabeth really took it away by not showing one, not showing two, but showing 3 slides of different AI regulations globally, and also setting the scene. I kind of cherry-picked some of the wording here. We are leading in Europe. Maybe overdoing it a bit, but that's what I heard. But a really nice overview, and I think it was also important from that discussion, a regulation here is actually really also something that enables innovation, despite we may actually be struggling sometimes to see that, because it tells the direction of travel that you are safe to take in a high-risk area when we talk about medicines and how that can affect patients once we apply AI to it. I fully appreciate is a kind of a yin and yang element in that as well, but nevertheless, really important to have that. And then I think with Kim's session here at the end, really some good showcasing from our side that we hope you appreciate, with Jörg giving you the overview of all the possible interactions we have had, we are providing, when we talk about the regulatory interactions on AI in medicine's life cycle. And then also sharing here only just a little tip of the iceberg in terms of how we are upskilling and training staff in the network, how we're building the communities to create value from AI, and our experimentation efforts. And really what we are, I think, committing to here is that we will be more sharing those experimentations. We will be reaching out in the opportunities we have, either the official interactions or the EU instruments, to collaborate around these, and be very, very mindful about our methodology working party and the SX on AI and how they're going to bring all of this together. I think that's very, very important going forward. And then on a final note, because we will change gear tomorrow, and we will basically the entire morning session is more or less about the AI reflection paper. We did park some of the questions on that today. We'll definitely revisit those tomorrow and look forward to have the roundtable discussion around this. So that being said, thank you for a very engaging afternoon, and looking forward to tomorrow.